So, dear friends, good morning. I hope that you were able to rest at night and you are ready to face this third day. So, welcome to day 3 of our workshop. Yesterday, we dealt with the theme on multilateralism, climate justice, and political economy. I hope these, where we were challenged to question ourselves, reflect in order to go to the root causes of the public crisis we face in our time. I hope they have given you a lot of food for thought, and you have already started putting aside what you want to take back with you for action. Rooted in our JPIC mission of building a global family for systemic transformation for all creation, Day 3 confronts the painful realities of war, injustice, and the erosion of peace. In a world marked by weakening diplomacy and the rise of a might is right mentality, we are called to respond with faith, courage, and a renewed commitment to justice, peace, and reconciliation. Scripture calls us to conversion and responsibility. Even now, return to me with all your heart. Joel 2:12. As ambassadors for Christ, 2 Corinthians 5:20, we are entrusted with the ministry of reconciliation. Laudato Deum reminds us that global systems have become detached from the real needs of people. Laudato Deum 32. While Fratelli Tutti affirms that reconciliation is a personal encounter that heals wounds and restores peace. And today is Ash Wednesday, and this is exactly what we are called to do. A central moment of this day is the sharing of personal experiences and testimonies from conflict zones. These lived realities move us beyond theory to truth. They give voice to suffering, resilience, courage, and hope. Listening to these testimonies is an act of solidarity and responsibility. It grounds our analysis in human experience and challenges us to respond with integrity and commitment. Through reflection, dialogue, and witness, we seek nonviolent pathways for conflict resolution and sustainable peace building rooted in JPIC values, justice, peace, and integrity of creation, so that our mission becomes credible, concrete, and transformative. And I would now like to invite Father Antonio to lead us in prayer to ground us in our faith as we journey through this day.
John Luca.
So Father Antonio is a Claretian missionary priest ordained in 1994. He holds a licentiate in theology from the University of Granada, Spain, and a licentiate in spiritual theology from the Pontifical University Camillas, Madrid in Spain. He served in pastoral ministry in I still have to learn Spanish, Argentina, for 5 years, a member of the youth pastoral team of the Claretians of Southern Spain for 2 years. He completed language studies in Chicago, United States of America, a missionary in Zimbabwe for 22 years, serving in various pastoral and leadership roles. He is the secretary of the Claretian Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation Commission based in Rome. Father Antonio, welcome to lead us in prayer.
Buenos días a todos. Voy a hablar en español y vamos a hacer una oración cortita, porque tenemos nuestras dos oraciones, así que esta será más cortita. Y hoy, que es empezamos la Cuaresma con el miércoles de ceniza, vamos a orar especialmente con el tema de la guerra y los conflictos violentos. En nuestra oración vamos a dar o podemos decir darle privilegio a la mujer, y van a leer 5 mujeres en diferentes lenguas las proyecciones. ¿No se escucha? ¿Sí? Bueno, pues vamos a darle privilegio a la mujer y va a haber, van a leer 5 mujeres la oración que vamos a hacer en diferentes lenguas. También vamos a fijarnos en la cruz de la guerra y cómo esta afecta especialmente a la mujer y a los más vulnerables. Va a ser cortita, simplemente escuchamos y tenemos un pequeñito momento de silencio antes de comenzar.
Circa 520 milioni di bambini vivono in zone di conflitto a livello globale.
Hoy, cientos de millones de mujeres y niños viven en proximidad de conflictos mortales.
Até o final de 2025, relatório de War Watch constatou que cerca de 18.592 crianças e aproximadamente 12.400 mulheres foram mortas em conflitos analisados em diversas guerras.
Et le niveau de violence sexuelle et de souffrance des civils ont fortement augmenté ces dernières années.
God of peace, you promised through the prophet that swords would be turned into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. that nation would not rise against nation, nor would they train for war again. We hold before you the victims of violence, women, children, and all whose lives have been broken by conflict. Transform the weapons of our world into tools of life. Change hardened hearts into hearts of compassion. Teach us the ways of peace. May your justice flourish and your peace take root among all peoples. Amen.
Gloria al Padre, al Hijo y al Espíritu Santo. Como era en el principio, ahora y siempre.
Thank you very much, Father Antonio, for your inspiring prayer. And as we continue on this day, let us hold in our hearts and in our hands all the children and women and young people who are suffering in war-torn areas. So now I would like to invite Father Prosper, who will be the one moderating this morning's panel. Father Prosper Harelimana is a missionary of Africa, White Fathers. You can see how white he is. Is the JPIC Encounter and Dialogue Coordinator for his congregation. He has a degree in philosophy, a bachelor in sacred theology, diploma in community-based development, and master's in philosophy. His missionary formation was in Rwanda, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zambia, and Kenya. And he was a missionary priest in Ghana. He has served as a formator, a lecturer, a bursar, a provincial coordinator for JPIC Encounter and Dialogue. Father Prosper, you are very welcome.
Thank you, Sister Mamarifa. Good morning, everybody. When I was asked to moderate today's this morning session, I was wondering where I could start from. But when we look around the reality of wars and conflicts, suggests that violence is a part and parcel of our being human. Where you find humans, there will be for sure misunderstandings, which sometimes tend to be bloody. From this observation, some conclude that humans are inherently violent, while others even assert that man is a wolf to man. Can human violence be avoided? By who? How? Our speakers today, sharing with us about experience and testimony from conflict zones, will probably respond to the above asked questions. Each of them will have 15 minutes, and then I will invite you to be attentive, because towards the end of the session, there will be a time for questions and clarifications. I'm not sure if one of our speakers is online. That is Mauro Garofalo of Comunità di Sant'Egidio. Then it means we have to we start with those who are here, and he will be the first speaker, followed by Nicholas. Then, if Mauro is available, then we will listen to him. So we continue our exercise by listening to Nicholas Paz from Pax Christi International. He's a mediator with more than 12 years of experience, director of the Catholic Nonviolence Initiative, Pax Christi International, a member of the coordinating committee of the Catholic Institute for Nonviolence, trainer in nonviolence and conflict transformation for professionals across diverse sectors, including education, healthcare, public service, politics, emergency services, and the military. Expert member of the European Union Knowledge Hub on the prevention of radicalization. Lecturer in conflict and mediation at the Pontifical University of Salamanca. So, Nicholas, welcome.
Buenos días. Yeah, I'll let you take the translation. Buenos días. Oh. Yeah. ¿Ahora? Sí, ¿me escuchan? Sí.
Yes.
Bueno, buenos días a todas y a todos. Es duro presentar después de escuchar al padre Joseph, aunque me alegra que él haya podido traer la experiencia profunda de la violencia. Oh, gracias. Porque pretendo compartir con vosotros hoy las experiencias de la no violencia, pero nuestro trabajo en no violencia activa empieza precisamente en la escucha de los testimonios profundos de dolor, de sufrimiento de la violencia. También en este, digamos, título para esta presentación de hoy que nos han invitado, y mil gracias a la hermana Malifar y Roy por traerme hoy aquí. El título hablaba de las experiencias y los testimonios en zonas de conflicto. Y quiero llamar primero la atención sobre el título, ¿no? Zonas de conflicto, porque el lenguaje nos engaña y hay que desarmarlo. Las zonas de conflicto no son un problema, el problema son las zonas de violencia, ¿no? De lo que ha estado hablando el padre Joseph es de violencia profunda, no de conflictos. Los conflictos son algo natural, algo que se tiene que dar entre personas, pueblos, diversidades diferentes. Es cómo respondemos a esos conflictos donde está nuestra respuesta, ¿no? Y desgraciadamente en muchos espacios y en muchos tiempos esa respuesta es la respuesta de la violencia. Lo que pretendemos es, digamos, aprender juntos, aprender desde los lugares en donde se producen esas heridas, donde se producen esas violencias profundas, cómo responder desde la no violencia, cómo llevar esa respuesta. No sé si es posible poner la presentación. Ahí. Y lo que pretendo compartir no es, ha sido un reto, ¿no?, para poder hablar solo, digamos, ¿no?, traer experiencias desde, ¿no?, en estos 15 minutos breves. Así que lo que pretendo compartir un poco es algunas de las cosas que hemos aprendido sobre el trabajo con no violencia desde esos testimonios y desde esas experiencias. En esta compartir, querría, digamos, compartir con vosotros, digamos, estas tres preguntas, ¿no? ¿Qué hemos aprendido? ¿Qué sabemos sobre la violencia y la no violencia? ¿Qué podemos hacer con las cosas que hemos aprendido? ¿Y qué podemos esperar, ¿no?, como decía el padre Joseph, ¿no?, cómo construir esa esperanza. Antes de abordarlo, me gustaría empezar con desde dónde estamos hablando, ¿no? Traigo hoy aquí esta cita del Papa León del mensaje de paz de este año, ¿no?, solo hace apenas unas semanas, ¿no? Y cómo, ¿no?, nos dice: los evangelios no esconden que lo que desconcertó a los discípulos fue su respuesta no violenta. Un camino al que todos, empezando por Pedro, se opusieron, pero en el cual el Maestro pidió que lo siguieran hasta el final. Cuando hablamos de no violencia, estamos hablando de esta respuesta que es muy difícil, que es muy dura, que es muy radical. Se trata de poner la respuesta de Jesús, la respuesta del Evangelio en el centro. Y, por supuesto, lo primero que habría que decir es: normalmente hablamos en términos de no violencia como una respuesta alternativa, no para nosotros, no para los seguidores de Jesús, no para los cristianos. Jesús es la respuesta y su respuesta es la no violencia. Y esta es una respuesta que... Sí.
We wait for translation.
Yeah. ¿Sí? ¿No ha vuelto todavía? No. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Esta es una respuesta que ayer hablaban en las presentaciones, ¿no?, desde Brasil, ¿no? El padre decía: cuidado con las falsas respuestas, ¿no?, y cuidado con las zonas de confort. Bueno, la respuesta no violenta es precisamente eso, es una respuesta que crea problemas. No es una respuesta desde la zona de confort. La no violencia no es una respuesta pasiva, es una respuesta activa, profundamente activa. Es muy disruptiva, crea problemas a quienes la ejercitan, porque precisamente quienes ejercen la violencia esperan una respuesta también violenta, ¿no? Es la respuesta que incomoda, ¿vale? Porque nos vuelve a situar de nuevo en la respuesta ética, en la respuesta espiritual. Y eso, en el mundo en el que vivimos, incomoda mucho. Pero en ese sentido hemos aprendido también mucho a lo largo de estos años, de estas décadas, y tenemos estrategias, tenemos métodos, y estos métodos están al servicio de esa llamada espiritual. Es muy importante para mí intentar trasladar que la no violencia no es una idea. Aunque aquí hablemos con palabras y pueda parecer algo teórico, nace desde la experiencia profundamente vivida por las personas que están en los conflictos, en la violencia, respondiendo con no violencia a ese mundo violento. Por eso, en Pax Christi Internacional, que llevamos, digamos, todas estas décadas recogiendo esos testimonios, acompañando ese trabajo en no violencia, nos gusta hablar de, digamos, 4 dimensiones de la no violencia. La no violencia como espiritualidad, con Jesús y el Evangelio en el centro, como un modo de vida, como una ética de potencialidad universal, no es patrimonio de los cristianos, es un patrimonio de la humanidad, esta no respuesta, y es un método efectivo para el cambio. ¿Qué significa eso? Que tenemos herramientas, que tenemos estrategias, que tenemos técnica que puede ser enseñada y aprendida y puede ser difundida, y que cuanto más aprendemos sobre ella, más efectiva se vuelve. No voy a entrar, porque creo que el testimonio del padre Joseph lo ha explicado muy bien, qué es la no violencia, qué es la violencia, perdón, cómo es una experiencia profunda de sufrimiento, de dolor. Sí me gustaría insistir en que la no violencia, en que la violencia no está solo en las zonas de conflicto y de guerra, sino que las personas viven múltiples violencias en muchos lugares. Incluso violencias sutiles, más pequeñas, en nuestras propias organizaciones, en nuestras propias comunidades, en nuestra propia iglesia. Y esas violencias reproducen fuera lo que vivimos también dentro. Con lo cual es clave para las personas tener la posibilidad de vivir experiencias cotidianas, concretas, de no violencia. Y eso empieza desde las familias, desde los colegios, desde nuestras propias comunidades religiosas y organizaciones de fe. Porque como ayer alguien también decía o preguntaba, no podemos enseñar fuera algo que no vivimos dentro, ¿no? Y además porque la violencia es algo que se vive y que se sufre de manera encarnada, personal. Así que sanar, prevenir y transformar esa violencia en una vida de paz y de no violencia también implica esa transformación personal cotidiana. Y es clave también, es clave también entender que todos y cada uno de nosotros somos capaces de ejercer la violencia. Y reconocer nuestras propias violencias es el primer paso también para esas transformaciones. Pero donde quiero insistir hoy especialmente porque más que una idea o algunas posibles sugerencias, lo que sí que espero es transmitir una enorme esperanza, porque esa esperanza además es real, es vivida por las personas que practican, se comprometen con la no violencia activa. Pero también quiero traer algunos de lo que hemos aprendido sobre no violencia en estas décadas, que además, afortunadamente hoy, además, podemos transmitir también desde la investigación. Tenemos los datos para los que necesitan meter los dedos en la llaga para creer. Bueno, pues hoy afortunadamente también tenemos a la academia investigando y ofreciendo datos. Las últimas investigaciones en no violencia nos ofrecen datos empíricos, ¿vale?, de cómo la no violencia, con sus técnicas y sus estrategias, es más efectiva, 2 veces más efectiva para obtener objetivos. La más reciente investigación, ahí está citado Iker Salim, por ejemplo, de la Universidad de Estocolmo, ha no solo confirmado estos datos que Erika Chinewet y María Estefan mostraron, sino que además ha sido capaz de mostrar que incluso es más rápida. Y digo esto porque es difícil decirlo, porque nuestra primera intuición es que, y el mensaje mainstream es que la violencia funciona. Bueno, la violencia no ha conseguido nunca demostrar que obtiene ningún tipo de resultado más allá de la violencia. A pesar del mito establecido, ¿vale?, no hay nadie en la academia, en la ciencia, que haya mostrado que la violencia obtiene algún resultado más allá de la violencia misma. Digo esto, que es políticamente incorrecto, probablemente decirlo incluso porque está establecido, ¿no?, como la violencia como método. Bueno, me gustaría que esos datos empíricos que se le piden a la no violencia se ofrezcan en la violencia. También sabemos que esta efectividad está muy relacionada con la capacidad para obtener altos niveles de participación, ¿vale? Lo digo, y aquí encontramos algunas de las claves de lo que las comunidades religiosas, la Iglesia, puede ofrecer. Estructura organizativa, por ejemplo, a los movimientos sociales. Esto es clave, ese apoyo, ese acompañamiento. Cuando además tenemos en la Iglesia mucha experiencia en organización, ¿vale? Somos personas muy organizadas, ¿vale? Y esto es algo que podemos ofrecer. También la investigación ha conseguido demostrar que la formación en no violencia tiene un impacto muy importante. O sea que si somos capaces de trasladar esta formación, esta educación en no violencia, que va desde, como decía, desde cómo resolvemos los conflictos en la escuela, en la familia, ¿vale?, pero también cómo nos enfrentamos a los conflictos sociales, a los conflictos medioambientales, ¿vale?, y cómo participamos de manera no violenta en ellos. Cuando digo no violenta, repito, no es algo pasivo, es algo activo y problemático. Crea problemas. No es algo de confort. ¿Cómo construimos apoyo internacional? ¿Vale? Porque esto favorece esa efectividad, ¿vale? La no violencia es algo contagioso, ¿vale? Es dinámico, es imitativo, ¿vale? Si somos capaces de aprenderlo, de difundirlo, más personas aprenden y se unen a ello. La Iglesia, en su conjunto, podemos y debemos dar ese papel crucial. Podemos ofrecer, como digo, espacios, estructura, institucionalidad, formación, estudio, investigación, ¿vale?, porque eso va a incrementar nuestra capacidad, volviendo al origen, a seguir el camino de Jesús, de mostrar esa violencia, esa respuesta no violenta. Y para que no pasa nada que se me acabe el tiempo, porque está muchas de las sugerencias de cosas que podemos hacer, ¿vale?, Las tenéis en el material e incluso en el material algunas de las referencias, para quien quiera, tienen un link a recursos y a estas investigaciones. Muchísimas gracias, es un honor poder compartir con todos vosotros y deseando escuchar también vuestras preguntas. Muchas gracias.
So we thank our two speakers. It is unfortunate we did not get this third one, but looking at what Nicolas shared with us, again, there is that awareness, of being aware that there is deep violence exists, but deep violence does not paralyze us, because we still have the capacity to respond by being closer to people, giving them hope, and also acknowledging that we also can be violent sometimes. This calls for personal, daily transformation. And Nicolas invited us also for the aspect of formation for nonviolence. Nonviolence, which is not passive, but active. So is a right attitude to take. So thank you, Nicolas. And we have about 10 minutes for 1 or 2 questions so that our speakers can clarify some of the points. Your questions are welcome.
This question is for Father Joseph. I mean, you shared about the initiatives that you take with the youth. I would like to know, like, how helpful has it been in the way of discernment or any other marges and all these things? What change do you see in the youth, and not only in the way of seeing a change, but also in a situation like this in Myanmar when we've heard a lot of violence going on? What exactly have you seen among the youth when you do these practices with them?
Okay, thank you, sister, for a question. Yes?
I want to thank Father Joseph. Just want to find out, I'm not sure I got what the coup is all about. What is the source of this war going on? Thank you.
So we take the third question, then we start answering. Yes, Father. Yes.
La pregunta en español, si yo entiendo bien, no es un conflicto o una persecución religiosa sobre los cristianos. Es mucho más amplio y es mucho más complejo, porque es un conflicto generalizado a nivel país, si no me equivoco.
Yes, Father.
So thank you all the questions. First, let me answer and then go like this. Yes, the coup, as I said, the military, the soldiers, they want to take control of the country. So that's the beginning of that. They have been doing ever since 1962. Of course, when they were there, when the British left us in 1948, so it was the Burmese army, the soldiers, they were taking the frontier to fight against the colonialists. So from there, they thought that it is their duty to protect the nation. So since for 10 years, as I put in the presentation, our country was led by Aung San Suu Kyi. So we got kind of a semi-democratic country. That time, our country saw a lot of development, a lot of changes, especially changes in terms of all this, what they see, the westernization, Western companies, they come in, many missionaries, they come in. So in that way, they also afraid that Buddhism may be damaged. So that are some of the reasons for them to declare coup. They were taking power from the people. So it is no more democratic government, but it is a government ruled by the military soldiers. And then question 2, yes, it is a conflict, a larger sense. However, they target especially to the Christians, because the church, in one way or the other, they accompany with the people in suffering. So they see themselves as their obstacles. So that's why they would bomb on the church, because they knew that the church would shelter different people. So it is not against directly towards the Christians, but also they kill whomever they meet on the way. But why do they target on the churches? Because the church, we the Christians, though very small minority, we try to live the Christian values, trying to take care of all the people, the suffering people, and being with them. So for them, we become their enemies. So that way, they would, they would demolish, or they would completely destroy anyone who is on their way to stop their power. So in that way, they see the Christian, the church, as one of the biggest enemies. To sister's question, yes, the Majlis program, the young people, what we see is that the difference, it makes a lot of difference. Because after I finished my study in Gregorian University, I went to Myanmar, 2022. Then with the young people, when I was with them for the first time, and after being with them 1 month, after being for 3 years, I see a lot of changes. Not only in the particular parish, but wherever we went to conduct all the youth program, ignition programs, the young people, where we do. Where do they come? What is the change that I see? They have resilience, stronger belief in themselves, and also believe in the church and believe in God. I think that's very important. So that is, and also in our accompaniment, we also give formal and informal education values. So I feel that not only I'm not saying but the sisters, fathers, the brothers, the church leaders, in our own small way, our accompaniment to young people, they are very needed. Psycho-counseling, yes, we need a lot to do. Psycho-counseling, we need to hear them, we need to listen to them, and also we need to also lead them to God. So what we would basically do is helping them to find God in the darkest moments of their life. Otherwise, the challenge should be much greater. Once pieces come back, I'm afraid that if young people have no trust in God or in the church. So yes, the sisters, brothers, and the fathers, the church leaders are doing in their own small way, accompanying the young people, giving them hope in themselves, hope in God, hope in the church, and hope in the society. I see a lot of change to the people that the church accompanies them.
Yes, sister.
Sí, en español. Tengo una pregunta para cada uno. Nicolás.
Wait for translation.
Ya. Para Nicolás, me surge la pregunta, como institución, ante una realidad social que vivimos de tantos lugares donde hay violencia, guerras, si como institución tenéis alguna iniciativa o diálogo con gobiernos, pues para fomentar el tema de la no violencia. Si hay alguna experiencia de que algún gobierno escucha para que se haga realidad la paz. Y para el padre Joseph me surge la pregunta, mirando la imagen de la hermana frente a los militares, si habéis tenido experiencia de algún militar que haya dejado la violencia, porque al final forman parte del pueblo, ¿no? Están matando a hermanos de su propio pueblo. Entonces, si habéis tenido alguna experiencia de esto.
Probably before Father start answering, one more question, if it is really a burning question, because we will stop. Okay, we take these 2, then there are 4, then our speakers will answer those 4, and then we go for break, isn't it? Yeah. Please. Okay, sister. Yeah, Simone.
Thank you, Father. I have a question. Can you talk a little bit more about Buddhism? And I thought that Buddhists were for peace. And I am wondering, if there is a movement for peace that is led by Buddhists in Myanmar.
More or less the same question. If my memory goes, I think after 10 years of opposition party leader, I seeing she's convicted. And now, is there any strong party? Because the youth that you are handling are very handful in the psychosocial spirituality aspect. But for sustainable peace and for the future of the country, do you have any movement for peace, and how do you collaborate and cooperate with the other organizations to bring sustainable peace and hope for the young ones?
Okay, the last one, yeah.
Es algo similar, solamente en español. Con las dos personas que han dado testimonios provenientes de zonas de conflicto, de guerra, ¿cómo pueden transformarse no solo en una denuncia, como lo que estamos escuchando, sobre las injusticias y los sufrimientos vividos, sino también cómo pueden convertirse en instrumentos concretos de reconciliación, de diálogo interreligioso, por ejemplo, entre Myanmar, budismo, otras religiones, Islam y el cristianismo, y cómo pueden ser construcción de una paz duradera en estas comunidades afectadas?
Okay, we start with Father Joseph, then we... Okay.
Como veis, el padre Joseph conoce muy bien las estrategias de la no violencia. En relación a la pregunta sobre el trabajo institucional o con los gobiernos, dos cosas. Pax Christi recibe a veces más peticiones de las que tenemos capacidad para realizar. En relación con conflictos o con gobiernos, muchas veces más en un papel de mediación. Si recibimos peticiones de este estilo. Y, por supuesto, encontramos pues los mecanismos para intentar abrir la mayor cantidad de diálogos y puentes posibles. Pero también quiero mencionar, porque esta es gran parte probablemente del trabajo y de la llamada real, es a eso que hemos estado hablando durante estos días, de ese multilateralismo desde abajo. Hay realmente una red de movimientos sociales, grupos, trabajando en no violencia activa a nivel global. Y hay un interés cada vez más creciente, un auténtico hambre por aprender las herramientas y las estrategias para abordar además muchos tipos diferentes de conflictos y de violencias. Podríamos ahora, por ejemplo, referirnos a la violencia con la población migrante en Estados Unidos y la cantidad de formaciones y cursos sobre no violencia que se están desarrollando en el país y las peticiones. O, por poner un ejemplo de este hambre, desde la Iniciativa Católica por la No Violencia, hace unos meses lanzamos una pequeña, digamos, formación básica para América Latina y en cuestión de horas había más de 200 personas apuntadas. La mayoría de ellas, digamos, conectadas además con la Iglesia en diferentes organizaciones y demás, con lo cual hay una auténtica, digamos, necesidad. En el caso, por ejemplo, de América Latina, muy conectado con el extractivismo minero y cómo, pues cómo lidiar con la violencia que se ejerce precisamente, por ejemplo, frente a las comunidades, ¿no? Así que, digamos, es en esa doble estrategia de intentar abrir puentes y diálogos con gobiernos, pero también, sobre todo, construyendo ese poder popular, ¿no? entre las bases. Y con respecto a la otra pregunta, más allá de la denuncia, ¿no?, profética, bueno, en no violencia utilizamos una expresión que es la de poner el cuerpo. Cuando hablamos de no violencia activa y de esa respuesta no violenta de Jesús, de lo que estamos hablando es de poner el cuerpo en esas luchas. Y literalmente, no es una metáfora, significa de ese acompañamiento para empezar de poner el cuerpo, de manera que la denuncia profética se convierta también en acción profética. De nuevo, no es sencillo, implica riesgos, hay miedos, lo que hacemos es intentar trabajarlo para que sea lo más efectivo posible y al mismo tiempo no suponga un riesgo excesivo, ¿no?, para las personas que participan. Pero poner el cuerpo en todos los sentidos en esas luchas es clave. Y cuando, digamos, cuando la Iglesia pone el cuerpo y en ese sentido pone el hábito, para ser más explícito, digamos, el pueblo lo recibe con un enorme cariño, una enorme sensación de apoyo, una enorme sensación de esperanza, justo de lo que hablaba el padre Joseph, ¿no?, la sensación de que la Iglesia está con ellos. Y a veces un pequeño gesto como ese supone una gran diferencia.
Okay, I hope we are running out of time, so Father Joseph can try to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, let me make it short. And the first one is that I'm going to sum up as a. So I'm not going to say 1, 2, 3. So, religion has no. Violence has no religion, I would say. Though we see the military, the soldiers, they often go to the Buddhist temples. They go to pray. But though it is Buddhism promotes peace, even Christianity promotes peace, all religions. But you see, the head of the soldiers, he would often go to, you would see him always, at least once a month, he would go to Buddhist temple, pagoda, and pray. So, but then what he lives is different. So also all his soldiers, all his men and women. And the second one, soldiers, some soldiers, yes. Last week, one of our fellow Jesuits, he happened to stump a mine which was planted by military soldiers, soldiers. For me also, I had experience. Whenever I go from the village to the city, I would be wearing my whole cassock. Then some of the soldiers, they would say, "Father, bless me." The soldiers, they asked me, some of the soldiers. Then I said, who am I to deny blessing to them? Then they would ask me a rosary. Give me rosaries. Then I would give to the soldiers as well as the young people who fight against them. So whenever I go, I'd be carrying a lot of rosaries. So the sisters would be making them. They said, please give. Then I'll give them. Then when I asked the Buddhists, they said, I believe in the power of rosary. The soldiers who is killing the people, in the sense that. So there are some very good soldiers, but at the same time, since they have to follow the order, they also take like us vow of obedience. So their obedience is commitment to that. Okay, just saying there are some very good soldiers. On the other hand, there are soldiers who are being injected drugs. So they have no idea what they're doing. So such people. So in that way, there are many more people, such people, they are injected every day, or their food is poisoned in such a way that they lost memory, sensitivity. So yes, there is no single person. Aung San Suu Kyi now, she has been house arrested ever since the coup. And we have not heard for the past 2 years where she is. We do not know how she's doing. So outside the country, they have NUG, National Unit of Government, they have it. But that itself also is not doing well as much. So there is no single group or a single person who is unifying all this thing. And behind this problem, there are two great nations are there, Russia and China. So you can't do anything. So in that way, it's a challenge. And finally, I would say, what can we do, sisters, brothers, and fathers? First thing, yes, continue to pray for us. Do not forget in your prayers. We believe in the power of prayer. So continue to pray for us in your holy hour. And secondly, I would say, since you have heard from me, when you get opportunity, just share about what's happening in Myanmar, in different parts of the world. But sometimes Myanmar is forgotten because people, they feel like it is internal problems. It is not like Russia and Ukraine. So if you get an opportunity, just speak out and share about this. And then third, I would say, since all of us are religious men and women, if you have connection with your congregation to another congregation who is working in Myanmar, you find your own support, any support that you want to offer them. So in that way, at least foreigners, if they can't come, the local people who are there, they could in a very small way do the work of promotion of justice, peace, and reconciliation, I would say. Thank you.
So we are grateful to our speakers of the day, Father Joseph and Nicholas. Thank you for sharing with us, giving us your testimonies. They have gone into our hearts. Some are really touching and disturbing, but it's part of life. And for reminding us that we also can be violent. I'm considering Nicholas. Maybe it's a homework. How do I treat my sisters and my confreres in the community? How do I treat my husband and my girlfriend? Yeah, maybe those are the things we can talk about as we go for coffee. But let us be fast because time is against us. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we are starting here, we are starting here again at 11:10. Okay, so go ahead, Father. And those here in the room, can you please take your seat so that we start? 1 minute more. Are you going or you are staying? Ah, okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
In the the video is about how we accompany the people who see the forest well. Sure. Yeah, the fight. Yes.
So you fall down?
I did. Oh, I'm okay. Yeah. It was not very graceful, but I'm okay. Thank you.
Hello. So we are starting. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you are. And welcome to the third day of our journey together. Yesterday we dealt with multilateralism, climate justice, and political economy. And today we confront one of the most urgent and painful realities of our time: wars, injustices, and the erosion of peace. Faithful to our JPIC mission, building a global family for systemic transformation for all creation, we examine the forces driving armed conflict, the weakening of diplomacy and international law, and the growing might is right mentality that places power above justice and human dignity. The Word of God calls us to conversion, courage, and responsibility. Even now, return to me with all your heart. Joel 12:12. Isaiah challenges us to loose the bonds of injustice. Isaiah 56:6. And the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:25-37 challenges indifference and models active compassion. We are reminded that authentic peace is rooted not in domination, but in right relationships. Steadfast love and faithfulness will meet. Justice and peace will kiss. Psalm 85:10. Catholic social teaching affirms that peace is the fruit of justice. And you can read that in the Compendium of Social Doctrine of the Church. The dignity of the human person, the common good, solidarity, and subsidiarity are not abstract principles. They are foundations for sustainable peace. Fratelli Tutti reminds us that war represents a failure of politics and humanity, and that reconciliation is a personal encounter that heals wounds and restores peace. Fratelli Tutti 225. And Laudato Deum further warns that global systems have become detached from the real needs of people. Laudato Deum 32. And this is fueling instability, inequality, and conflict.
Hello?
Sorry?
Conto.
So our focus today is the decline of effective diplomacy and the rule of law in armed conflicts, the rise of domination over dialogue and its consequences for justice and peace, nonviolent strategies for conflict resolution and sustainable peace building, concrete experiences and testimonies from conflict zones, and current peace initiatives, which we have heard a lot this morning. Through prophetic reflection and practical engagement, we ask, how do we choose justice over force? How can JPIC values strengthen reconciliation, dialogue, and transformative actions? Guided by the Church's commitment to nonviolence, dialogue, and integral human development, we ask, How do we become credible agents of reconciliation? How can JPIC values shape sustainable peace-building strategies? What does moral leadership require in times of war? As ambassadors for Christ, as said in 2 Corinthians 5:20, we are called not to neutrality, but to courageous peacemaking, standing with the afflicted, as in Psalm 10:17-18, and become credible builders of peace where wounds are deep and hope is fragile. Systemic transformation demands more than analysis or the condemnation of violence. It requires moral leadership, nonviolent courage, the building of structures of justice, the strengthening of solidarity among peoples, and the restoration of right relationships among nations and our common home. Today will challenge us to choose justice over domination, dialogue over division, and nonviolence over revenge, so that peace may be rooted in dignity, sustained by solidarity, and directed towards the common good of all creation. And now, let us root ourselves in our spirituality that can be the fire that motivates us to move on in spite of the challenges that we face. So I will now invite Father Antonio to lead us in prayer. And
Buenos días a todos. Voy a hablar al inicio en español. La oración que vamos a tener va a ser un momentito de reflexión sobre el tema de la guerra, los conflictos violentos y la paz desde algunos pequeños textos. De nuevo, vamos a darle prioridad a la mujer, posiblemente junto con los niños los más afectados en todo conflicto violento o guerra, y van a leer 5 mujeres en 5 lenguas diferentes los textos que van a ir apareciendo en sus pantallas. Podemos empezar con un momentito de silencio y después irán apareciendo las frases y irán leyendo las diferentes voces femeninas.
An unarmed and disarming peace.
Una paz desarmada y desarmante.
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God.
Portanto, esforcémonos
Por tanto, esforcémonos por hacer lo que conduce a la paz y a la edificación mutua.
Chaque guerre, chaque affrontement armé finit par être un échec pour tous.
War is contrary to reason.
La guerra es una locura.
La pace deve essere radicata nella verità, nella giustizia, nell'amore e nella libertà.
Cultivemos uma cultura de paz em nossas relações diárias e internacionais.
Let us pray for
paz en las regiones desgarradas por la guerra.
Justice pour les opprimés.
Leader guidati dalla compassione.
hearts open to reconciliation and non-violent transformation.
Pela proteção da nossa Mãe Terra, ferida e devastada pela guerra.
Lord Jesus Christ, Prince of Peace, disarm our hearts of violence and fear. Make us instruments of your peace, rejecting war and injustice, and sowing love where there is conflict. Bless efforts for non-violent solutions among peoples and nations. Amen.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Was in the beginning.
So thank you very much, Father Antonio, for the beautiful prayer. And now I will invite Antonio, who will be the moderator for this session. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. We are going to have a panel with the three speakers, and one of them is here with us, Marie Denise, and another two will join in the online. Well, maybe before presenting our speakers, just to say that in this process that we are doing in our workshop, today we are facing the way we react also with all those conflicts that we have seen in the analysis of reality. And one of the ways that is very famous nowadays, and I think even many of us in the religious life, we support it, is might is right. So this is what has happened not so long ago in Venezuela. I think it has been the right, of the might of the right and the right of the might. So it's just to say, no. Let us finish it as soon as possible and the straightforward way, And really, among of us, sometimes I found that some of us, we say, there is no other way. We have to use the violence. So we are going to reflect a bit about that. We are going to see also different points of view from the American continent, from the Indian continent, the Asian continent, and Africa. And maybe that can enrich also our reflection of today. So I'm going to start now presenting our first speaker, Mary Dennis. Here. So maybe just for everybody to know about her, founder of the Catholic Nonviolence Initiative in Pax Christi USA, teacher of peace, former co-president of Pax Christi International, 2007-2019, former staff member of the Maryknoll Sister Missionaries, 1989 and 2012, including 15 years as director of the Maryknoll Office for Global Concerns. Wow, we have a very high person here. No? Holder of a master's degree in moral theology from Washington Theological Union, recipient of honorary doctorates from Trinity Washington University and Alvernia University, author, co-author, and editor of 9 books, laywoman, mother of 6, grandmother, and secular Franciscan. So we are happy also that we have a lay and a woman among us. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
See if I can get the technology right. And can I forward? Yes. Good. So this one. Thank you very much. It has really been a delight to be with all of you this week. I have learned so much. In many ways, it's ironic for me to speak about might makes right, which was the subject I was asked to speak about. It's ironic that I would speak about that right now as a U.S. citizen at this particular moment in history. Some of what I will say will have echoes from what we were hearing yesterday, most particularly from Rodrigo. Thanks to my work over 35 years with Maryknoll Missioners and with Pax Christi International, I've been blessed, as many of you have as well, by opportunities to spend significant time in many different countries, almost always in local communities struggling for justice, for peace, for liberation from some form of oppression or violence. Too often I was visiting another country because the violence or oppression there had roots in my own country, and my job was to try to stop the violence, end the human rights violations, prevent another war. Over the years, the United States has repeatedly exerted military might, covert power, and economic clout to realize its foreign policy goals, rather than trying to work for justice. And the U.S. was not alone in doing so on the international stage. Although many people in the world, at least in the wealthier countries, are anxious about what seems to be a disintegration of the world order that has existed for the past 80 years, in many ways, the international system that emerged following the 2 world wars was itself the result of power over rather than justice. 2 examples. One, being the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, that have been in many ways at the base of the global financial system over the last 80 years, were, for example, in that system, the United States traditionally gets to name the president of the World Bank, and the US dollar has been dominant in international trade over many, many years. And the second example is the UN Security Council, which, as you know well, in which the vetoes are held by the Allied powers who were victorious in World War II. I've actually heard it said that the reason the United States dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was to ensure that its power in the post-World War political and economic reality would be dominant. In the last year, the world has witnessed a breathtaking acceleration of the might makes right mentality in action on the international stage, particularly through the behavior of President Donald Trump, and in many other countries as well. Hungary, El Salvador, Syria, Russia, Argentina, the Philippines, Myanmar. We've seen this pattern repeated over and over again through the behavior of autocrats in different circumstances. What theologian Walter Wink many years ago called the domination system, and what Dr. Ken Budigan calls the violent system, maintains that humans can only survive and thrive by overtly or covertly dominating, manipulating, or threatening others. The system, comprised of individual institutions and structures of this system of principalities and powers, objectifies and separates human beings, men over women, white people over people of color, wealthy over poor, the United States and the West over other countries, humans over nature. This domination system, or violent system, is a set of values, assumptions, structures, and cultural conditions that actively corrode our humanity, creating zones of domination and violence within one's own being, interpersonally, between groups, structurally, between nations, and against the earth. The might makes right mentality, which assumes that power, political power, social power, economic power, can dictate morality and define what is right, is of a piece with the principalities and powers that Wink described in his trilogy of books that were Naming the Powers, Unmasking the Powers, and Engaging the Powers, 3 books that he wrote maybe 40 years ago. Our struggle now with the principalities and powers is even more clearly a struggle against what he described as the spirituality of institutions, the spirituality of institutions, the ideologies and metaphors and legitimations that prop them up, the greed and covetousness that give them life, the individual egocentricities, the idolatry that pits short-term gain against the long-term good of the whole. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, that I'm sure you all know well, reminds us that we are now facing a planetary, quote, a planetary emergency made up of a compound environmental crisis and a darkening security horizon. Behind them, linking to both, lies a chronic problem in deficient mechanisms and instruments for addressing these environmental and security challenges, which are linked in multiple ways. Think of institutions, systems, structures, and individuals that exhibit this might makes right ideology. They are the principalities and powers that are driving war, violent conflict, injustice, and environmental degradation around the world. I'll just say a few words about each of those areas: war and militarism, threats to the rule of law, and authoritarianism. These 3 areas where I believe the powerful institutions, systems, structures, and personalities are now at work in these very challenging times. So first, war and militarism. Might makes right. War and preparations for war are big business and immensely profitable. aside from the multitude of factors, geopolitical, tribal, ideological, human security, and access to critical minerals that are now driving violent conflict, power and profit are among the war's main engines, the war's main drivers. Since the Korean War, the US government has subsidized a permanent arms industry, ultimately making the US economy dependent on war and wartime levels of military spending. The US weapons industry, especially 5 mega companies, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and RTX, sell 43% of all the weapons worldwide. The more wars and the longer those wars last, the greater the profit. Together, the 5 mega companies take home every year about half of the US Department of Defense, now the Department of War, $1 trillion budget. Through campaign contributions, promises of jobs in every congressional district in the United States, and well-financed congressional lobbying, they have accumulated tremendous power, contributing to a global system comprised of powers and principalities that generate and support violence and violent conflict in some of the world's most fragile regions. Given the shifting national security landscape, Europe is also both selling and buying more weapons. French, German, and Italian companies are major arms exporters. The arms industry in Europe is profitable, protected, and increasingly essential to national industrial strategies. Meanwhile, NATO countries, most NATO countries, are themselves rearming, helping to keep the arms market alive and well. Weapons manufacturers also in China, South Korea, India, and Japan are growing, thanks in part to a regional military buildup and expanding exports, including to Europe. So the arms trade is alive and well. Second, I want to say a few words about threats to the rule of law. The rule of law is a durable system of laws, institutions, norms, and community commitment that delivers accountability. The government and private sectors are accountable under the law, that delivers just laws. The law is clear, publicized, stable, and evenly applied, that delivers open government, the processes by which law is adopted, administered, adjudicated, and enforced are accessible, fair, and efficient, and delivers accessible and impartial justice. So the justice through the justice system is delivered in a timely manner by competent, ethical, and independent representatives and neutrals who are accessible, have adequate resources, and reflect the makeup of the communities they serve. That is all from the World Justice Project, describing what we mean by the rule of law. So the rule of law, defined more or less in this way, has always been fragile, always vulnerable to unscrupulous power and violence, increasingly at an international level and domestically in many countries, including my own. Now the rule of law is deeply challenged. Globally, in the last few years, we have also seen blatant violations of the laws of war, international humanitarian law based largely on the Geneva Conventions. We've seen a lack of respect for human rights and the weakening of multilateralism. We talked about that some yesterday. The International Criminal Court, in which many countries did not ever agree to participate, has continued, nevertheless, to face significant challenges, including political pressure and sanctions from major non-member powers, a lack of enforcement power, long, complex investigations, and limited jurisdiction. And the United Nations system, as we know, is paralyzed in the Security Council by the vetoes. The UN is also underfunded and most recently has been devastated by the exit of the United States from multiple UN-related agencies. And then finally, authoritarianism might makes right. Authoritarianism is a system whereby power and control are concentrated in a small number of hands, and constitutional checks on that power and control are mitigated or severed. According to CIPRI, again, the recent rise of autocrats and populists has not been good for either security or the environment, and has undermined the resilience of global institutions that facilitate cooperation on both issues. You know well and would recognize some of the common strategies of growing authoritarianism: divide and rule, foment mistrust and fear, actively scapegoat and pit groups against each other, spread lies and conspiracies, demonize opponents, undermine civil and political rights, blame minorities, immigrants, and outsiders for a country's problems, reward loyalists, dehumanize opposition, and on and on. But we have more power than we think. With active nonviolence, as Nicholas was saying this morning, which is a spirituality, a way of life, and a spectrum of effective, learnable strategies, we can engage the powers and principalities, among them, as I've said, the tremendous profit in the production and marketing of weapons, forces that are threatening and attempting to dismantle the rule of law, and pillars of support for growing authoritarianism. We can engage the powers and the principalities that promote the planetary emergencies we are facing in our times. As people of faith, we can address the ungirding spirituality that of might makes right mentality by drawing on our own rich symbolism, our liturgy, and especially our story. Today is Ash Wednesday. We will spend the coming 6 weeks retelling the story of Jesus' journey to Jerusalem, how he rejected the spirituality of the powers and principalities of his day, shaking their invisible foundations by a series of nonviolent, provocative acts. He became an enormous threat to the order of things. He had to be removed, but we know that was not the end of the story. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mary Dennis. I think it has been very enlightening, especially you left naked. This might makes right, completely naked, and now we know where it is coming from. And these 3 areas of war, rule of law, and authoritarianism, I think is something that we have to continue with it. We go now for our second panelist, and who is going to be Brother Clenarius, who will be online. So we are going to give time now to Brother Clenarius Chimpali.
Good morning and
Good
happy
morning.
Lenten time.
Give me 1 minute just to say something about you. We are looking for your bios, but anyway, you are a missionary of Africa, isn't it?
Yes, sure.
Some people, they say white father,
Sure.
but the white is because of the habit, isn't it? So just to say that if the information I have at the moment is that you are the JPIC coordinator also of the missionaries of Africa in Ghana and Nigeria province, isn't it? It's something like that. Also, we are really much expecting from you that reflection from the continent of Africa, who is really suffering all this violence and this might is right, isn't it? Or might makes right. So we give you now voice. The floor is yours. We just listen to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and greetings to you all. I will do my presentation in 3 ways. The first part, the first speaker has done justice to me to introduce very well what it means, mighty is right. All the same, I'll look at it in the realistic point of view, which is both positive and negative. I would ask for the slides, if possible, starting from slide 2. So I am just echoing what is already said. The mighty is right, dynamics of war and justice. I am speaking considering that the decline of international diplomacy and the rule of law is in armed conflict. In the mind of the realists, which sometimes people they call me a realist too, even if I am with the opposite view, they look at us that you people, you may not be realistic. The realistic view is that when you are powerful, the first speaker spoke very well. When we say powerful, it may mean militarily, in terms of economy, and in terms of who controls the media, who decides what people should listen. That is what we call mighty. And those are the mighty is right. Might is right means that the most powerful groups decide what happens, even if it is unfair. In war, this can lead to force replacing fairness agreements. In war, this idea suggests that strong countries do what benefits them. In other way, they follow what is interesting to them, not the weak people. Justice and fairness matter less when power and survival are at stake. I will go to slide 3. I am moving fast because what I am saying is said already by the previous speakers. I will just echo that. In summary, it means strong states use their power freely. Weak states must accept unfair outcome. Mighty is right. What is mighty is right in this case? Idea that power, not justice, determines the outcome in conflict. It suggests that strength trumps ethical rules. I would go to slide 5 to save my time because I want to give more concrete example in the continent of Africa and where I am, what I mean in the later stage. That is why I would prefer to save more time. Slide 5, it continues, but it touches the element of diplomacy. Mighty is right. Powerful state force outcome. Weak states have little bargaining power. This gives me to the question which participants may also ask themselves. I am speaking in the African continent, and it is a secret we do not sometimes mention boldly that what we call democracy is determined by the mighty. In some states, who becomes a leader, who becomes a president, and which system they should follow, and the policies, they are determined by far, by the mighty. If you go against that, sometimes you may realize to do. There is negative and positive, as I said in that. Now, in the area of diplomacy, I would want to add one element which is not mentioned mostly in the diplomacy. Diplomacy, power matters more than fairness. Negotiations become unequal. Diplomacy becomes pressure, not cooperative. The additional element I want to add is who are involved in that diplomacy. Is between states. But in the continent of which we rarely mention, and it is very important, we call them non-state actors. The non-state actors, most of the time, we leave them out in the diplomacy, and yet they are quite important in the continent of Africa. The existing international law was designed primarily for conflict. It did not on that.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, we are having some
in the
problems
rural area.
With network. I do not know if can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
They have
never
me? And we are having some problem with the connection.
I can hear you, but
hello.
I cannot see you.
Well, maybe we can give a chance of reconnecting.
Hello?
Hello, are you back?
Yes, I am
we
back.
are happy to having you back. Maybe since it's a little bit weak, the network, will it be okay if we do without your video? Maybe might help only your voice. I have been in Africa also for many years.
It is okay with me. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead. Go
Whatever
ahead.
would help, I'll be happy. Yes. So, in other words, with this disturbance of the network, as I said, there are in two different ways. The realists, that we are not realistic.
Clenarius, please, can you remove your video? Maybe it will help. Yeah. Okay, good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll go to stage 2 because I have already spent some more time. And the stage 2, I would like to within a few minutes to talk about a few examples. Here I am in Ghana, Tamale precisely, a peaceful country, and yet sometimes we have some pocket of conflicts, and you would find in a remote village, Kambatiak or elsewhere, you hear a sound of the gun where preferably 90% of the people, they have not even reached the nearest town. And we ask ourselves, where do these guns come from? That comes with the same topic we are talking about. The mighty takes a lead. The mighty are powerful. I am not going to analyze the war, the situation in Libya. After the war in Libya, the question which we still ask, there were actors and non-state actors. Where are those weapons which they gave them? Where have they landed? Who controls the movement of those weapons? How do they check that those weapons, they are crossing the border of Libya? Probably it will give you an example that what we call a mighty is right. Sometimes when we are confronting the situation in one part of the Africa, it means you are creating another regional problem which are very difficult to take. The idea is to say it is okay because for them it's control. The previous speaker spoke very well about the military power and also includes the core of what we should hear, what we should say sometimes, how we should vote, and whom we should vote for. I would ask a small child on his feet, because that will touch now our core, because we are religious who are engaged in justice and peace ministry. The slides where there is a man and there is a small boy or girl under the foot. Thank you very much. The one you have just removed is what I want. The one you, hey, this one. I put deliberately the picture of this man and trampled by the feet, because I want to talk about diplomacy in a realistic manner. How can we, in the world where realists, they are so convinced that right is mighty, and whether you like it or not, we are the minority who are with a different view. Trampling people like the way the man is there, asking, if you can see properly, is asking people, where are the poor? You cannot see the poor. So our role in terms of what we call diplomacy, which according to our conclusion could be, there is something wrong with diplomacy. It is to show this man that the poor are exactly where you are. And the one, whether it's cleaning the shoe or whatsoever, the small boy or girl could be seen. And I call it the mirror methodology. You put a mirror in front of the person who is saying, where are the poor? Then when he sees in the mirror, he may open the eyes to see that the poor are this. In that way, where other speakers, because I was following attentively, talked about networking, advocacy, and the other methods since we started the workshop would feature in. This will lead us to the next slide where I would like to spend some few time so that we can move. Thank you very much. This is the picture which I took from one of our WhatsApp group of Justice and Peace. What drew my attention is that it is attributed that there are cases of, are you getting me? Are we together?
Yes, we are together. Go ahead.
This picture is attributed that it is the result of illegal mining, which is poisoning the water body. That is the attribution. So what I want to talk about the picture is not necessarily the cause of the physical appearance. What I would like to talk about, because it is us who are agents who should also be involved in diplomacy, who should also be involved in advocacy. What do we actually see? This picture we will trade from one WhatsApp to the other WhatsApp, and basically within our religious circle. And we can predict that, in fact, all of us, we are against this. It does not go to awaken the conscience of those who should change the situation. It trades from one WhatsApp and the other. There it is where I want to say Mighty is right in the concept of the realist is that we should also borrow, because the people who are unjust, they are faster in adopting things than ourselves. The realists say it is more realistic for us to become big. And how do we become big as a religious body in order to counteract the mighty? We can become big when we come together as many agreed in terms of networking. We can become big when our voices, they are one, not only one. We use strategic planning. Instead of posting the picture from one WhatsApp to the other WhatsApp, we can also invest a little bit in research. How many people are affected by galamsey or illegal mining of this nature? Probably you will find there 10 or 12 or whatsoever. And with that, with a well-organized, non-violent way of doing things, we can find a way to show the world that this is what is happening. Mighty is also people. When we prick the consciousness of the people that this is happening and we can no longer take this, the people will join us to speak one voice. And when we are many, we become, in our local setting, not in the world setting, powerful. Those who look for votes, they will be afraid to say, if I juggle with the population, they will not vote for me. Probably, change will come forward. Not only that, we should also revise the way we communicate. I can just presume that if the Bishops' Conference of any country write a communique or a communication to the faithful or to the whole country, and they produce the communique the day of the final World Cup, when everybody's mind, for those who are soccer fans, is football. Those who follow that communique will be very few, and it may not be effective. So Might is power. The mighty, they play alone, they play the strategy of timing. They know how to divide and rule. They know how to communicate, which we can borrow also. They know where the message will touch most and how people will react. That is why one of the things they do, they control what we listen and what we communicate. In the subsequence, in some cases, they control whom we should vote for. Therefore, I am staying more time on this picture in the sense that few years ago, there was a very good program here, which was sponsored by the Catholic Insurance. And what time did it come? They advertised it and I liked it very much. They said the program will start at 05 at dawn. How many people would you expect somebody to follow that beautiful program at 05 at dawn? I'm talking about timing. How do we time our communication? In diplomacy, communication is very important. The mighty, they know how to communicate. The other thing I want to share a little bit before I go on the next slide is that I have been in several times engaged in what we call mediation. And after doing a donkey work, tired, and we think that we are now okay. It is
Sorry,
when...
Brother Clelius, sorry, maybe just to become aware of time, sorry, but we have a limited time, maybe a few minutes more only.
Okay.
Sorry.
I will remove from that example. I'll just read the last slides. Politics and morality, go back to the...
Okay.
Yes. Politics and morality are often speak the same language. Justice, duty, common good, but they operate according to the different logic, as I said. Max Weber captured this tension in the distinction between ethics and political responsibility. The ultimate possible attitude towards life are irreconcilable, and hence the struggle can never be brought to a final conclusion. Morality seeks what is right. Politics seeks what is achievable. The danger arises when political success is seen as the moral validation. We go to the next slide. What does it mean to be prophetic in a world? What does it mean to be prophetic in the world where power punishes truth? Is silence in the face of injustice a form of compliance? Where have we remained silent? How can justice groups like ours move from awareness to active advocacy for international justice? What concrete action can we take locally that challenges the global system? I have mentioned some few things. In conclusion, the statement, might is right, dynamic of war and injustice exposes the moral crisis at the heart of contemporary armed conflict. When power substitutes for principle, law, losses of authority, diplomacy, weakening and injustice becomes normalized. Politics without morality may succeed strategically, but it forfeits legitimacy. A world that prizes power over justice risks not only instability, but the loss of its conscience. I may end here. Probably you may have taken one or two things. Due to time factor, let me say thank you to all of you for listening, and God bless you.
Thank you to you very much. Thank you for your encouragement to get involved in diplomacy. It's very important, your question, who are involved in that diplomacy? Because maybe those who are down, they are not really involved, only power. And that's a call to all of us, religious and the church, to get involved in advocacy and diplomacy and bring these people and their voice. And now we go to our next panelist, Father Cedric Prakash. And well, Father Cedric is a Catholic priest of the Gujarat province of the Society of Jesus, a Jesuit, an internationally recognized advocate for human rights, justice, reconciliation, and peace, especially for the poor, marginalized, minorities, and vulnerable communities, and former founder and director of Prashan, the Jesuit Center of Human Rights, Justice, and Peace. And I'm going to jump some other things because I see there are very big bio. So leading voice for victims in 2002, Gujarat violence, associated with the Citizen for Justice and Peace, testified before the U.S. Commission of International Religious Freedom, ongoing advocacy for imprisoned human rights defenders, Speaker of a Parliament of the World Religions, Chicago, 2023. And I can see your profile is long, and I can see your long experience of interacting and fighting for peace. So might is right. What can you tell us from the point of view of Asia, Father Cedric? And welcome, and the floor is yours now.
Good. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. I want to thank all the organizers of the Union of Religious, both women and men and fathers, brothers and sisters, and all who have gathered here at this very important meeting of JPIC. I feel it both a joy and a privilege to be addressing this very august gathering today. It's evening here in India, and I'm speaking from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Ahmedabad is the city of Mahatma Gandhi, who gave to the world the doctrine of ahimsa, non-violence, and of satyagraha, the force of truth. Without further ado, let's go to the second slide, please. The one, go to the next. Okay. Yeah. So basically, when we are speaking about might is right, the fact is we are a broken people. Those of us who are in our comfort zones, many of us religious, live in very, very kind of exclusive, well-guarded, fortified comfort zones. But the fact is, we live in a world which is broken. Our world is broken, is fragmented, is battered, is bruised, is brutalized. War, violence, hate, conflict has become the new normal, as the two speakers have very, very, in an erudite manner, elucidated this fact. It's happening there in the United States. It's happening in Africa. It's happening in all parts of the world, and very especially in the continent I come from, Asia. Next. Yeah. force seems to dominate every sphere of our lives. There is a powerful African proverb from Kenya, which says a man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. We can see that even the so-called powerful people in the world are immune to reasoning. They cannot talk logic. They cannot dialogue. They're just afraid of conversing, of listening to another. Today is Ash Wednesday, and Pope Leo's very powerful message, his first message for Lent, is about listening. We live in a world which is unable to listen to the cries of the people, to the cries of a broken people, a battered, a bruised, a brutalized people. The point is, we are allowing force to dominate. Might is right. The first speaker gave a lot of data about the military-industrial complex. I'll refer a bit to it a little later, of how arms and ammunition today speak, profits speak, money speak, nothing else matters. The care of our common home, God's creation, humankind, every single man, woman, and child does not matter in a world that is overwhelmed with lust, with greed, with power, with force, with domination of the others. Next. See, at the end of the World War, the world came together, of World War II, and very strongly, unequivocally, and unanimously said, never again, never again. I've had some photos there in the gate of Auschwitz. I've been there, and it's a terrible reminder of man's inhumanity to man. What took place during World War II, the aftermath, the Holocaust, and all this, and the world came together, never again. But the question we need to ask ourselves, very especially as men and women religious, when is this never again? And my dear sisters and brothers, the never again is in the now. Next. We have had a great visionary, a great saint in the person of John 23rd, a man who was supposed to be stopgap, but who not only opened the doors and windows of the church, but gave the church his very timely, very powerful, path-breaking encyclical, Pacem Terris. And I think it is very important as to why Pacem Terris, written in 1963, needs to have a say in our way of thinking, in our way of approach, in our attitudes, in our behavioral patterns, in what we do today, and very especially in addressing war. If we want peace on earth, we must address every form of hate, violence, conflict, war at every level immediately. Next. Pope John very, very strongly and very beautifully spoke about the 4 pillars of what it means to have peace. It is there. It says it is founded in truth. Truth is non-negotiable. And this is what Mahatma Gandhi spoke about. It is built on justice. We cannot have mere truth. Truth and justice are like 2 sides of the coin. It is nurtured and animated by charity. But as Pope Leo reminds us in his apostolic exhortation of October, the Alexite, it is we need to look at the structural forms of poverty and not merely on patchwork solutions and band-aid solutions. And it has to be brought into effect. Pope John 23rd very strongly tells us, under the auspicious, under the banner of freedom, we must set all men free. Millions of our people, our sisters and brothers today, all over the world, are not free. We know that. Governments know it. Regimes know it. And how do we set people free? So truth, justice, compassion, and freedom. These are the 4 pillars on which lasting, sustainable, and endurable peace should rest. Next. And then we have Paul VI. Paul VI had Pope John 23rd open the doors of the church and so on. But Paul VI redefined his whole vision of that Parchment Terrace in his very powerful encyclical, Popularum in Progressio. And when he very clearly says the development of every single man, woman, and child, the progress of the people is important. And justice, he says, is indispensable if we want peace. He stated it very clearly, very blatantly, but the world has come a long way from those years of the late 60s till today. Next. See, papal documents and Catholic social teaching has consistently emphasized the futility of war. Everyone, even Pope Leo, just yesterday, has spoken about the meaningless of war. He says, disarm, disarm. And that is the way we need to arm ourselves with love. The irreparable damage war inflicts on humankind and on our common home. The way we kill each other, the way the arms and ammunition, just now as I speak to you, the president of France, Macron, is here visiting in India, and India is going to buy expensive Rafale jets, which we really don't need. We are spending billions of dollars, okay? When even in a country like India, where millions of people go to bed without a square meal, what are we talking about? Can we put a halt to this madness, the arms and ammunition race? Next. There are several stalwarts who have taken a stand against war and every form of violence. Mahatma Gandhi, I have to, because he gave the world, this whole, what I call the spirituality of nonviolence. A man like Martin Luther King Jr. took it up in a whole civil rights movement. And he says the only way to win a war is not to fight it. He's very clear about it. And John Paul II, another great saint, has said, war is a defeat for humanity. And these are people who have spoken to us. These are people who have experienced, both Mahatma Gandhi and John Paul II, the horrors of war, of conflict. Mahatma Gandhi, as many of you know, is the father of our nation, who led India in the freedom struggle, and ultimately in 1947 gave to India a freedom. Next. We have had, I'm just putting some random examples. There are hundreds of examples from everyone's background, culture, countries. People who are not merely pacifists, but who have stood resolutely against every form of war and violence, religious and those who are not in any religious congregation. We have seen it here in today's first presentation. And people who have taken a classic example is Dorothy Day, who took a stand apart from the whole workers' movement. She took a stand against war, getting into protests, getting into situations, quoting Pope John 23rd and saying that war is a horror. War is a defeat. War is something that we should not engage in. We should stop all wars now. We should say no to war. The next. And then we have Berrigan Brothers, another American example. One was a Jesuit, and another was a Josephite. But these were the people who burned the draft, who took a stand against the Vietnam War, who said, we are religious, we come from a religious background at a time when Vatican II was just opening its doors, and what Pope John XXIII gave to the world, Pacem Terris, and they very clearly said, these are people, what we call men of the cloth, people who belong to religious congregations, but who took a stand against the evil, the horrors of war. No war can be justified. No Christian, and leave alone, definitely, no religious can say that a war can be just. No war is just. Next. Then we have had our classic examples. I will quote more about Oscar Romero, but the person who influenced him, I'm sorry, I'm a Jesuit, was another Jesuit, Rutulio Grande, who was also assassinated. And Rutulio Grande kind of literally mentored Oscar Romero. Rutulio Grande is a blessed, Oscar Romero is a saint. That's irrelevant. But these are the people who brought to the table ordinary people, people who suffered because of conflict, of the war that was perpetuated on them by their own military regime. They took a stand on it, and we are having it in so many different countries, including India, where the ruling regime foists a war on innocent people, very especially on the minorities of the country. So we had in El Salvador, Rutulio Grande, and then we have also next, Oscar Romero. And for this, I need to read out this quote, very powerful quote from Oscar Romero. He says, peace is not the product of terror or fear. Peace is not the silence of cemeteries. Peace is not the silent result of violent repression. Peace is the generous, tranquil contribution of all to the good of all. Peace is dynamism. Peace is generosity. It is a right and it is a duty. Next, another quote from Oscar Romero. He says, we have never preached violence, except the violence of love. This is important. For us, the violence of the gun, of bombs, of nuclear weapons is non-acceptable. But we have the violence of love, which Christ utilized for us. Okay, this violence that we must each do to ourselves to overcome our selfishness and such cruel inequalities among us. The violence we preach is not the violence of the saved. The violence of is not the violence of the sword, the violence of hatred. It is the violence of love, of brotherhood, the violence that wills to beat weapons into sickles for war, into plowshares. How do we create weapons into plowshares? Powerful. These are great saints, who took a stand against war, against violence. Next.
Sorry, Father, you have only a few minutes more. Yes.
Next.
Sorry for the information.
And in our own time, we have Stan Swami. Stan Swami, a great Indian Jesuit who lived for the indigenous peoples, who worked for their rights, for their identity. Ultimately, he was put in jail. He died while he was still in jail, and we call it institutional murder. Next. Pope Francis single-handedly taken on the industrial military complex, calling the arms and ammunition industry the industry of death. There is a Stockholm Institute of Peace the Peace Research Institute, that has enough of statistics. And Sister, right at the beginning, presented who owns how much of the arms and ammunition and who controls literally the culture of death in this world. I mean, this is no rocket science, no secret. We all know who's creating wars and death in this world. Next. Pope Francis took on the US Congress when he visited them on the 23rd of September 2015. He says, close down. And they all smiled, they smirked, and they literally said, this guy does not know what he's talking about. Arms and ammunition are our bread and butter. If we close down arms and ammunition, the military-industrial complex, our whole economy will collapse. We thrive by killing other people. And he says, stop your culture of death. Next. In Fratelli Tutti, he speaks about very strongly about how war creates irreparable damage to the environment, to humankind. Next. Where do we go from here? We are called to be prophets in today's world. We are called to take a stand against war. What do we do it? Does faith and moral leadership have any role to play in the times of war? I'm very clear, yes, we do have. Yes, faith and moral leadership does have a role to play. And I want to highlight just 3 points before I conclude. Next. The first is we have to be visible and vocal. We have to take a prophetic stand at every single, within our communities, within our formation, in our novitiates, in our juniorates, when we study theology and philosophy, in our ministry, we have to say no to every form of hate, of violence. We have to say no to war. Next. Then we have to write about it. There are books written years ago, Arms and the Man, War and Peace, and things like that. Excellent classics, okay, which literally have a parody on war, the meaning and futility. Can we write? Can we write in our vernacular? Can we take a stand? Can we write to the secular media? Can we have our own blog? Can we get involved in social media? Can we preach? Priests are afraid to preach from the pulpit on the meaningless of war, to take a stand against hate, violence, against what is happening to the vulnerable and to the minorities of this world. Next. And finally, we need to link up with civil societies, with campaigns, with protests. We have to get out of the streets. Pope Francis had told us to smell of the sheep. He's saying, get out from your sacristies. I don't want you all to have this very superficial type of so-called religiosity. We have to smell of the sheep by getting involved with civil societies, getting involved with protests, even with online campaigns to protest against war. Next. Finally, we need to pray. Pope Leo has asked us definitely to pray, even in the season of Lent. Next. And his prayer intention, we need to give peace a chance. And Pope Leo's prayer intention for this coming March is next. Is very clearly is for disarmament and peace, that famous knotted gun at the United Nations. We have to cry for peace. We have to say no to war, my dear sisters and brothers, now, today, and everywhere. Next. Finally, thank you very much. God bless you all. And I hope this important meeting, which is hybrid, will provide some fruit to religious all over the world, and very specially to the participants who have been so generous in giving their time and their availability for this very significant meeting. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your comments. God bless you all.
Thank you, Father Cedric. the only way to win a war is not to fight it. Thank you also for this encouragement to that prophetic stand to say no. So I think that we got many good insights in these three panelists. And now is the time for the floor. As we were told before, no, who is participating in diplomacy? Now is your chance to be diplomatic. So whoever wants to do any question or to emphasize anything, it's our time.
So, Lucia will take care of the online questions. There are no questions. So, yeah, so please, can you type your questions in the chat and we'll come back to you and we'll start with those who are in here. Any question to our three speakers, please?
It is not a question, but it's some emphasis and observation. The major problem with the might is right is that it makes power the only basis of justice, which destroys morality, fairness, and stability. It rejects moral standards, destroys justice, creates endless conflicts, undermines human dignity, and it justifies tyranny. In your presentation, you made it very clear. Now, is a world with zero dominance an utopian idea? The realistic view, can domination disappear entirely? Or can we ask a practical question? Can power be limited, distributed, and accountable? What would be some of the mechanisms that reduce domination, include rule of law, independent courts, democratic accountability, free press, education, strong civil society, etc., etc. These are some of my observations from these three presentations.
Maybe we can take three questions, and then we go back to them. Yes.
Yes. Recently, President Trump said that he doesn't need international law, he just needs his morality. Would you like to comment on this, please?
We go for the third one. I am sure that many people want to comment on that.
Una pregunta con relación a el sistema multilateral que tenemos. ¿No cree usted, a la señora la pregunta, ¿no cree usted que es un desenlace necesario y justo el colapso de ese sistema multilateral, entre comillas, multilateral que tenemos? Porque en la realidad no es multilateral, es a partir de una élite que gobierna el mundo con sus propios intereses y con poder de veto inclusive. ¿No cree usted que es moral y ético que colapse este sistema para dar posibilidad a una sanación del sistema multilateral mundial?
So maybe now we can give answer to the different questions. Any one of you? Maybe you can start, Mary.
All right, well, maybe I'll just start. Thank you. Yes, thank you for your observations. Obviously, I completely agree. I was struck by the emphasis on who controls the media, who controls the communication. I thought that was a really very important point that Brother Chimpali made. And I think in addition to all of what you've said, yes, those organizations and practices that hold accountability to account those who would act with absolutely dominant power are extremely important. So courts and public opinion and so on. But just two things. One, it strikes me that some of what Nicholas was saying this morning is very important because we can claim power. The power, sort of that old saying from, I don't know, 50 years ago, power to the people, is very accurate. We have the capacity to stop the domination of a power over way of being and to claim a way of being that creates a cooperative form of power. And so can we exist in a world without domination? I think so, but I don't think that, that doesn't mean there isn't power being used, but it's how the power is used. I think when we function in ways that are nonviolent, at every level of our being, I believe we can function as societies without that kind of power over domination. The question about President Trump and his own morality, honestly, that took my breath away when he said that. It's a terrifying expression of a blindness to his own immorality, to his own lack of values, to his own way of being that is terribly destructive. So Trump has nothing if he's relying on his own morality or his own moral compass, except what will benefit him and his cronies, and that's terrifying. I think it's the polar opposite of what we claim to believe as followers of Jesus. And the question about the multilateral system, yes, I think that we need to replace it with something much more just, much more equal. All of the institutions, and I just used those three examples of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the United Nations, all of those systems need radical reform or change. So I think the challenge is, how do we do that? How do we create new ways of functioning multilaterally that are cooperative, that are just? And I think that it has everything to do with another topic that was mentioned, which is who participates in making what decisions. And I think whether it's in diplomacy or it's in financial and economic decision making or it's in political decisions, we have to make sure. And I think Pope Francis, Pope Leo as well, Pope Francis was particularly articulate in insisting that those on the margins of our world now be engaged, be brought into the decision making, and that is at every level. So yes, I agree that the multilateral, that the system we now have does need to be, if it collapses, that may be moving in the right direction, but how that happens is going to be, I think, very challenging, that it not happen in such a way that there is more harm done to those who are most vulnerable in our world. And unfortunately, that is, it's like with any war, the people who are most damaged are the most vulnerable. So, yeah, others may have answers too.
I think there are some questions online. We can read them.
Well, actually, we have many questions online. Sorry for that. So, what can you tell us about the role of the countries that have been attacked? This is one question. Then, second question is, our European governments are rearming and our civil societies seem dormant. What are our Christian community doing? Then I don't know if I can go for furthermore. What can the faith partners do to remove the veto power for a few nations in UN Security Council? It is a must for the international peace.
Maybe
I think we may not be able to answer all the questions because we are running late. We just answer this and then.
we can give the chance if Brother Chimpali is still there or Father Prakash and they want to answer any question.
Okay, I'll briefly. What does the faith partners, what can they do to be able to, about the Security Council? Very simple. We have a lot of organizations represented in the ECOSOC and so on. Go and hold the United Nations to siege. Get hundreds and thousands of religious from all over the world. Go to New York. Go on a hunger strike. I think we'll have to make the Security Council aware and awake. And I just want to refer to this, the question of power. Power is necessary, but the point is, how is power used, rather abused? I think that is important for us to see as faith partners. There is a question that has been put in the chat box about within our own structures of the church. Is it authoritarian? Yes, it is authoritarian, highly hierarchical, clerical, and patriarchal. That's what the synodal journey was all about. Can we address it? Can we religious set a tone, make a breakthrough and create, a religious life which is more participative, which is more respectful, which is more equitable, where we treat every single religious and even our outside partners as equals. That is the challenge for us today if we want to truly want to address violence in today's world.
Can you hear me?
Chimpali.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, brother.
Yes. I'll just add one sentence. I mentioned, but probably I did not mention it precisely. The strong will remain strong because they continue strategizing themselves. What we can do is, how can we make ourselves together and strong so that the world can hear us? How can what we have been saying, advocacy and whatsoever, come together to make our voice also mighty in order to counteract the mighty? Negotiation or diplomacy does not work with the weak and the mighty. The weak, they only listen from the mighty. The only way as a church, we should re-strategize ourselves at all levels. Those in Europe, Africa, Asia, and elsewhere. How can we share information? Because information is known. That we can voice out and become something which they cannot ignore. That is one thing in terms of whatsoever. That is what I want to add. Due to time, I may throw something in written.
Thank you so much to all of you and the participants. I think because of time, we cannot go ahead. It was very interesting. I am really excited about this. So we can continue talking as we take our lunch.
So thank you, online people. We will meet here at 1:45, yeah? So go for lunch, we wish you well. And I just wanted to mention something, that our sister, our Marie here, was arrested because she went to demonstrate against some of the things that the Park Christi International, they went out to demonstrate, not violently, they were sitting there, they were arresting people, she was arrested, handcuffed, and brought somewhere. She had to pay a fine to be out. So you see that is it. She didn't give us that personal experience, but she has also experienced something, okay?
Good.
So, thank you. I just want to make you know that.
Yeah. Are we online people invited for lunch?
Yes, e-lunch it seems.
Online lunch. Bye, God bless. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good time. Break. Welcome back to all of you, those who are joining online as well as those who are here. My dear friends, during the morning sessions, we listened to the painful realities of conflict, war, and we reflected on the dynamics and situation or sustained violence in our world. So this afternoon, we are moving intentionally. We are shifting our direction from logic of war to the practice of peace. So we are going to listen how we can bring about peace tangibly. So nonviolence is often misunderstood as passivity or weakness. In reality, it is a courageous and organized way of confronting injustice without destroying relationships or human dignity. For those engaged in JPIC ministry, nonviolence is not optional. It is rooted in the gospel and in our vocation as bridge builders. As we listen, I invite all of you to think concretely what elements of these approaches could be lived in my own community or in my own apostolate where I work. Let us now begin this session on nonviolent pathways. So I invite Simone Blanchard to moderate this session. So we have an eminent personality with us here. She is also a participant of this workshop. She is the Director of Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation for the Sisters of Bon Secours. Oversees the International JPIC Committee and supports the congregation's social and environmental justice efforts in Ireland, Great Britain, France, DRC, Peru, and the USA. Over 25 years experience creating and leading poverty alleviation education, advocacy, and direct service programs for local, national, international, and faith-based nonprofits. Much of her career is focused on service to the church and those on the margins serving with Catholic charities. Atlanta and then with Catholic Relief Services for a total of 23 years. Serves as the board chair of Friends in Solidarity, an organization supporting the humanitarian and pastoral works of the church in South Sudan. She's a lay woman. I mistook her for a religious sister. So we are happy to have Simone Blanchard with us. Over to Simone to moderate this session.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to some of you online. It's great to be here today. You know, I am, like all of you, I'm a JPIC promoter, and so I know us JPIC promoters, we like to talk about action and give us the tools to do what we need to do. So this session is really about that. It's about action and tools for integrating peace building into our JPIC work. So I want to introduce our first speaker, Sister Sheila Kinsey. I had the pleasure of eating dinner with her last night. If you don't know her, you should introduce yourself and get to know her. She is pretty amazing. She's a Franciscan sister and daughter of the Sacred Hearts of Jesus and Mary. She's very actively engaged in justice and peace and poverty alleviation, human rights and environmental issues. And she was the former member of the International General Council. She was the co-secretary for this JPIC commission. She is the coordinator for her sisters, promoting Laudato Si to religious congregations. And she was appointed by Pope Francis as a member of the Dicastery of Integral Human Development. She collaborates with Laudato Si Action Platform and Catholic Nonviolence Initiative and Catholic Institute for Nonviolence of Pax Christi. And she is currently developing a multimedia project on integrity for nonviolence. I encourage you to check out those websites. Master's in Religious Studies and minor in Counseling, a doctor in Ministry. So welcome, Sister Sheila. Thank you.
It is really a pleasure for me to be here with you, to be able to talk about something that is so important to all of us, really looking at nonviolent strategies in conflict areas and really coming in a way that we can have a sustainable peace. So nonviolence for me is promoting the integrity of the heart and uniting the values of nonviolence for actions for the sake of the world. And we're going to approach this by this method, the integrity of our heart, which is that which helps us unite what is fragmentary into a really coordinated way of our actions that do have an impact on our service to the world. So we're going to explore these nonviolent strategies for conflict in 3 areas. The involvement in the synodal process, talking about reflection and formation in nonviolence, the importance of religious communities, the spirituality of nonviolence and a model of nonviolence, and our outreach to mission in the world. So we're really stressing the presence of us in the world. So the integrity of the heart, which Pope Francis in the Lexic Nois in 15, but also has a section in which he talks about integrity. So the word in heart invokes the innermost core of our person, and thus it enables us to understand ourselves in our integrity and not merely under one isolated aspect. So it's the power of our presence that we're going to be talking about moving forward in this session. So in the Synod synthesis, it opens up the question, which has been raised in several of the groups, of more reflection and formation in order that we can manage conflicts in a nonviolent way. And they said this will be a valuable contribution that Christians can offer in the world today in dialogue and collaboration with others. So we've been set up as JPIC promoters to help guide the way for nonviolence. And myself, I'm happy to be a part of the Pax Christi group, Nicholas leading off and then Marie Dennis, and then I myself having the opportunity to follow up what we believe is a nonviolent approach. So then how do we manage conflicts through the transformation of nonviolence? And I have some persons that I'm going to share with you that have been involved in the Catholic Nonviolence Initiative. And these persons are going to be witnesses to the reflective lives that have values that are operative in their experience and education that have been integral to their journey following the nonviolence of different issues. So we have here Gerald Wayne Schlabach, who is a Benedictine oblate who emphasizes the importance of storytelling finding inspiration in the life of Jesus. He is providing guidance to Juan Azip, who is a Guatemalan community leader, as they seek to publish a memoir of Father Rothard, who is a recognized martyr, and he talks affectionately about Padre Alpa. The title is He Listened to Us, a Mayan witness to Blessed Stanley, Alpa Rother. So they're working on this together on this document, which is available to be purchased. So in this story, Juan and Father Rother, and that's just in the book that I just mentioned, had placed their hope in development projects, nonviolent means, and patient reform over violent revolution. However, Guatemalan's elites decided that this movement was too revolutionary. If the indigenous and other persons can be united in such a movement and other impoverishment concerns, they could organize their own health projects, agricultural co-ops, and radio stations, and other strengths might they find in numbers to really become solidified in working together. So this was alarming. This nonviolence work was alarming to the elites. So of course, the nonviolence was met with violence. 13 members were killed. And they do have, as a result of that, a demilitarized zone and a peace park where they have the 13 martyrs there in that space. And that honors the peace agreement. And the rituals are there on a regular basis to really keep that history, in a dynamic way for the people in Guatemala. So we have Dr. Terry and Sally Rain. They're following Jesus. Their value is Jesus as the peacemaker. And they advocate reconciling various groups. They collaborated with Marquette University in Wisconsin and created the Center for Peacemaking, which has PeaceWorks as a project. The Center for Peacemaking fosters research and education for the promotion of peace, human dignity, and justice. So you can see these energetic students, they're really juicy at this process. Going out and collecting data and finding it meaningful for their future action. So this is a very viable education project that carries on the message of Jesus in reconciliation. So here we have Father Francis Chijoki. He's a Dominican. And his spirituality looks at honesty, at the experience of really looking at tribal difficulties. He serves in the Dominican province in Nigeria and Ghana. He coordinates the Inter-Africa Center for Preachers, student dialogue through events, sports, and games. He believes that sports and athletics are powerful tools to increase community and friendship while decreasing hostility and isolation that arises from tribalism. So he has classes, on doctrine and theology and how to dialogue with one another. And then really the action that helps integrate it for him is being involved in teamwork. And of course, you want to work together to win. So he's using that consciousness very, very deliberately. And we have Brother Bernard Izander. He's a Marian Hill missionary, actively working with the youth in Kenya. He believes that it's important to respect the innate value and essential dignity of all persons. That's his operative values for formation. He has a project of life through dialogue. His clarity of vision influences the training of these young people in Kenya in the values of respect, honesty, justice, and wholesome relationships, which are integral in integrity for nonviolence. And it's based on gospel values and actions. So you can see this wonderful little tree. So they are accommodating in terms of what methodology they can use to be effective to carry out this method. And they can refer to that rather eagerly. And the students are quite attentive to the message that is being presented. So here we have the students working in organic farming and composting and also learning about irrigation. So since the communities have valued the good conduct of the students, land is being donated for agriculture. And there's a certified training program being planned based on the community needs. And it's being established, and it's similar to the program that Brother Bernard had done and continues to do in South Africa. So they're finding out what are the needs, then they train the young people, then they go back to the people who say, you said these were your needs, here we have people. So it really is a very much integrated process. This program has involved 30 schools and 4 settlements with 30,000 students, 300 parents, and 40 trained facilitators. This has been in for 2 years. We even had a 9-year-old give us a letter that said, we need you in our school. Can't you come here? So there's really an incentive to carry this on. This study is authored by Brother Bernard and myself, and it's going to appear in the July issue of the Bethany Land Institute Conference as a way of sharing the work that we've done and an agreement going forward that nonviolence training will be shared with the Bethany Land Institute and agricultural processes will be shared with this program. So collaboration is alive and well in this process. So we talked about the values necessary for reflection and formation in training processes involving nonviolence. But the Synodal Church mission doesn't leave religious alone, and it's calling us forth to be a presence. So nonviolence has applications for religious communities and ministries. And this is what it calls us to do. Whether you're religious or you're working with religious, we're all together in this consecrated life. And this is what it calls religious to do. A need to develop a more profound understanding of how consecrated life, how we as consecrated persons can place our service, our charism in communion and mission in local churches. And these would be paths towards holiness with a presence that's prophetic. I think that's extremely powerful, and it's something that certainly has drawn my attention, the importance of the power of our presence and the need for that to be very active in the church and in the process that the church is calling us to with the synodal process. So we have to use our stories. We have to share our experience because each of us has a unique reason for being here and a contribution to make, personally and communally and collectively. We are being called to do that. So fruitfulness from reconciling our efforts. So we need to integrate what we are already doing in a way that's inspiring and motivational and flexible enough to suit different contexts. So all of that is involved when we talk about the dynamic of our presence, bringing that forward. So we thought we have to have strategy. So that was what I was asked to talk about. So it's a conscious change. So it has to be something deliberate. It needs to be involving our vision. We have a mission for the gospel, but we each have a vision in terms of how we want to carry that out. We need skills to deliver. We have to have an incentive to keep us going. We have to have resources in place and an action plan. We have to integrate all of these for changes. But if this is not integrated, then there is a big imbalance. Whoops, oh, it didn't work. Okay, I'll have to go back. It was supposed to change. So if you don't have a vision, then what should be showing is, then there's just a lot of confusion. So without that clear vision, you don't know where you're going to go. So without the necessary skills, we create anxiety. Oh no, what am I going to be called to do? I don't know if I'm ready for this. And if we don't have the incentive to do it, then change may be gradual or really not at all. And if we don't have the resources, then it's inadequate. And without an action plan, then it may not go forward or this change may not be constructive. So we need all of these to be in place for this to be a conscious change. So we really need to be who we are in relation to the truth of ourselves. So carrying these on, I will describe each of them in relation to my community, but how I have interacted with a number of other communities. So our charism, our gift for the church. For me, it's a German sister, Mother Clara Fender, who's the founders of our community, emphasized love really as being the key way of us relating to one another. And of course, then we have the influence of Francis of Assisi on nonviolence, permeating how we then live that out with one another. And a way for us to integrate these two together was with Mother Clara Fender Pine Grove. So we have the environment involved, plus the dynamism of our foundress. That's so very, very important. But now looking specifically at the influence of Integrity for Nonviolence within my own community, in a prayer that we have in petitioning to her, we ask for her guidance as a person of integrity and nonviolence. So specifically, we want her guidance moving us forward. Another very important foundation for us are some sisters that were victims of the wreck of the Deutschland, and some of you may know the poem by Gerard Manley Hopkins. That poem was dedicated to the 5 sisters who lost their lives there. These were our sisters that were coming to the United States for leadership. Now, these sisters were with the people during all the chaos of that storm, ministering to them, praying with them, and giving up their seats, in terms of the boat for rescue. And it was a sister of Incarnate Word who was speaking to us at the Pilgrimage for Peace that said to our group, the group that's most an example for me for nonviolence are those sisters in the wreck of the Deutschland. And I'm like, oh my goodness, how was that said? And for her, it was because they stayed in the midst of the trauma. They did not ask like the apostles, oh, get us out of this. No, they stayed there with them. They kind of Eastered, using Hopkins' words, they Eastered with the people, carrying them through the transition of life. And then he even said their worst was their best, because what they did was allowing others to have new life, and that was their gift while they were here on this world. So we say in the U.S. that the good that we do is a result of these sisters. So with our charism, we put our constitutions together in a way that tries to highlight who we are and what we are about. So just some of the words when you do one of those Google searches, you know, when you're trying to promote something that you're trying to get others to be involved in, then you look and see, okay, Mother Clara and our community talks about love being the bond, being instruments of peace in the spirit of St. Francis, being a sign of hope in the world. This document was written shortly after Vatican II. And you can see the relevance even now for guiding us. The gospel way of life, peace and justice, conversion of heart, looking at the church and society, all of creation to be reverenced, and that we are for the development of others. Ooh, geez. Well, if you're going to have that, you're going to need to have some assessments done. And so we had developed a tool for assessing, asking the basics. What's courtesy? Are the basic manners working with you, with yourself, and with your coworkers? How you rate yourself doing it, how you see the climate operative in your place of organization. Same way with hospitality. So all of the values then would have a way of bringing forth life. And then you would have some kind of discussion questions, you know, when you're grouping together. And then so you can find out that, you know, maybe the survey that you did, how did you really understand one another? And usually when we did this, the person doing it rated themselves more than the group. So we had to have an understanding because you're all here. How did this happen? And as a result of that, my community taking this survey in 1997 and knowing what they were committing themselves to, they made a commitment to nonviolence. And that was 2/3 of those eligible to vote, 2/3 of 90 that said, we are making commitment to nonviolence. And as simple as this, as a person of integrity working here, commit yourself to the values of nonviolence. And we went through the specific values that made that commitment. And as one person said in the, that nonviolence must be internalized and lived not only at work, but in my everyday life. So they interviewed people for our newsletter. So that commitment was there. So they had to have ideas, incentives now to promote nonviolence. So messages for birthdays, cards at Christmas, thank yous for employees, all of that was there. And they even recited, the sisters recited the nonviolence pledge before their meetings. So that movement then, they wanted to go to the rest of the campus. So this was the general aid there, or the provincial aid there. So our services, our corporate services were housing and health care, Wheaton Franciscan Services. So this meant that we were going to take this survey and this process to 7 areas for our housing ministry, which had 3,500 housing units, and to 7 of our regional healthcare units, and to our corporate offices. And we could do that because at that time I was the vice president of resident community relations for our housing and also on our sponsor board. So we all took this very seriously, and as a result, the actions that we thought necessary for nonviolence were included in employee behaviors. So we are able to integrate it in that process. Here on our campus, we had a housing for persons with HIV and AIDS because that was a healthcare need and also a social justice need. And being able to negotiate that was very important for work that we were going to do long term. The prayer also of our land, and again, example of moving out and respecting not only the persons, but the integrity of creation and having our own land be reflective of that. Environmental needs, stewardship of the land, restoration with prairie grass, becoming a conservancy for monarch butterflies. So when they were going from the north to the south, they could have a little stop at our place, and it was designated as that. The prairie grass was reinstored, and Francis, the Cosmic Francis, was overlooking all of this. And then as we got involved in our nonviolence, our Laudato Si Action platform, nonviolence is listed as one of the characteristics of that. So what we just looked at was the call from our synod, from our church, to be persons who are giving a reflection and a formation in nonviolence, and then in a particular way, how do we use our charisms to really be that presence, within the church, but I would say at every moment. And this is what we're going to talk about in terms of the spirituality of nonviolence from the perspective of the Franciscan spirit as well, briefly. So Francis says, preach the gospel always, only use words if necessary. So he took one of his friars, went through the town of Assisi. The friar wondered, when are we going to talk? Francis said, we did. So our whole being is that of being nonviolent. And he would say to them, may the Lord give you peace. And sometimes they were a little taken aback. And what he was saying is the peace, you have the peace inside yourself that you want to have others to be a recipient of. So that, again, is about the presence that we bring. So in Touch the Wounds, an interesting book by Thomas Hallock, we talk about ourselves of being contemplatives in action, that is very important about how we integrate our prayer life. And we bring that in a way that we can see then in the world, where is it that a nonviolence or need is necessary. And he says in his work that there's one fundamental characteristic of actions that grows out of contemplation, and he says it's nonviolence. So integrating those. So this is the model then that I put together with my years of experience. As you can see, there are many, that really speaks to me about nonviolence, and the integrity really is very important. It's the core, it's the place where we are alone with our God, where we have that conversation with God within our integrity, because that is who we are made to be. So from that integrity, we have certain values that are expressive of how we are with one another, behaviors that demonstrate values in our lives, and then the nonviolence, that openness, that listening, that disarming piece that reaches then out into the world with the principles, the Catholic social teaching principles, the common good, solidarity, all of those. And then the plans, the See, Judge, Act plan that comes into this process. And then change, two types of change. Change from programs, which we talked a little bit about on conscious change, and then change for advocacy. The compass is a symbol for this integrity for nonviolence. Within the word compass is compass is in the word compassion. So we are guiding. The North Star is that in sense of being persons of integrity. And it's a recognition of God's grace and mercy in all that we're doing. That's our job to do. We are engaging others, both with environmental and personal concerns. So it's a way of moving out now in that spirituality, that way of life. And creation is a part of that. And we recognize it as a gift from the outstretched hands of God. And in so many ways, this is talked about in Laudato Si. The context, again, is a prophetic witness, so our presence is to be prophetic, and that we cultivate nonviolence in our most personal thoughts and values, govern how we treat each other as individuals within society and international life. So the document then in 2017 on the peace message is important. Oh, good, that's good. And taking a cue from nature, a loving response, to really embrace who we are and the relationship that we have with one another, and to realize, that all of creation is really a love, a response of God to us. So it's important for us to be able to take note of that. St. Francis was very fond of that St. Teresa little flower. And I find her words also very inspiring for us. And she just says, I must bear with myself, such as I am, with all my imperfections. Now, that's a very important statement because during her time, they were very adamant on perfection. And so she was very focused on the little way, doing simple, ordinary gestures as a way of love. Not as a way of just closing in and say, now I'm just doing all these little things. It was a way of opening herself up for the bigger picture. The small things were allowing herself to be open to what God wanted her to do. She wanted to go be a missionary. Well, that didn't happen, but she's the patron saint for the missions. So however it is, God makes something from our actions, from what we have decided we think we need to do. So it's grounded in our faith traditions. So these actions that we do is grounded here in our everyday life, wherever we find ourselves or whatever is important to our prayer. So any of these crises of violence that we see ourselves in, we are being called to really care for others, those who are set before us, those who are given to us to love, as you can see, and we shared so many ways throughout this conference. Be our peace builders. So, what does this Integrity for Nonviolence mean in terms of our applications for outreach mission to the world? So nonviolence is at the heart of how we interact with one another and influence world concerns. So now we're taking the plan, then taking the change, we've talked about it in terms of program, and now how do we take and use it for advocacy? How is this systematic? What's the strategies now for change there? So as prophetic witness, it's for universal communion. So Pope Francis, in the challenges of us to be prophetic, it's the importance of personal presence. What are we bringing to whatever it is that we're being asked to do? It's the significance of our religious communities and the services that we bring, and in that way, that's the outreach that we give to the world. So our employees here at the Mother House in Wheaton, where I'm from, took the word integrity, which is one of their values, as you can imagine, because they had gone through that process, but a number of years ago, it still matters. And so accountability, ethics, life, values, all of that in a way is talking to what it means to be a person of integrity. So here I bring in another quote from Thomas Halleck. And he says, perfection is not a matter of flawlessness, but of integrity. To see our wounds, to accept them, and to say yes. Our wounds personally and collectively. So it's not about how many, the things that you maybe had in some of you with your training, speak louder, or walk this way, or don't be the first, all of those kinds of things. Those are certain actions. But who are each of us to be? What is that integrity? What is that purpose? Where is that space where we're alone with our God, that we become who we are and the contribution that we are to make? And this is what Pope Francis says to us: to dare to turn what is happening in the world into our own personal suffering, and thus to discover what each of us can do about it. Communion, collaboration, we're in this together. So here's the path. here's a strategy for nonviolence moving forward, out into our dimension in the world. So conflict really gains our attention. Oh my goodness, we got to do something about this. We look at the rationalizations, what's forward or what's against it. So we're literally trying to decide what is the balance, what is it that we need to address, and we search out information. Then reality becomes pretty clear. What is it that is the problem and how we need to be able to go forth. We then seek out, what are some options that people have done with this, and choose those that work. And then we begin to test those out. We find meaning through our theological reflection, whatever it seems to be giving us contemporary information. Then we try to assimilate it into a way of life, and it becomes a part of the integrity of our well-being. I want to give you some examples of how this is really operative. So we have to begin by dialogue in the spirit of integrity. So getting to the deeper understanding, what is the listening that takes place, and that how can we communicate in a compassionate way in bringing this forward. So because of our successful advocacies, I was asked to write a document on advocacy, and of course the integrity for nonviolence and the values were then written in a way that we could follow and see it being operative in the advocacy efforts. So these are insights, again, from Franciscan spirituality. So these are the values that we talked about. Creating respect, which deals with the dignity of the person and having a non-threatening place. Practicing honesty, truthful communication, and the freedom to discover the true self. Promoting justice through accountability and responsibility, and negotiating in fairness, and nurturing wholesome relationships, which demonstrate trust and support, and you have the adequate resources to do that. So these are the values that we were promoting through our nonviolence strategies. We use these same values when we were dealing with the program, but I'm going to talk to you about them related to the process of advocacy. So creating respect, the dignity of the person. This is one time I was visiting in Ukraine, really listening to them and giving them a sense that they're valued and that you're with them in the pain and suffering that they're experiencing. Non-threatening place. We had many people still come to the JPIC office. People can talk about what's ever on their mind in a safe place. This was the mining caravan that came through and really needed to tell us what were the struggles that they were dealing with, and could we be a part of that, all in a very respectful way. Practicing honesty, truthful communication. Okay, the gossip. Pope Francis had said not Pope Francis, but he's probably, anyway, Pope Leo has told us that we need to be watching our language, listen to one another, and really use words that are helpful and respectful of each other. And really discover your true self. Don't be how many likes you get on your Facebook. Don't be changing yourself like that. Really know who you are and have that engaged in whatever you're doing. Promoting justice. Look at how you're spending your time. And really, here we're at the UN, looking at ways, talking to one another in a fair way to try to bring out the betterment of humanity. And then, of course, St. Francis negotiation with the wolf of Gubbio and the townspeople of Gubbio. The solution was feed the wolf. The wolf, don't be killing the people. So they were able to listen to one another and then come up with a solution that was workable and happy for everyone involved. Wholesome relationships, we want to get at that, be able to trust one another, support each other on the way, give examples of characteristics for this to be done. And then sometimes adequate resources using overlays of data. Here's a mining site. Why is there conflict? Well, it's supposed to be a safeguard for birds. It's supposed to be a conservancy. And you're having a mining going on here, conflict very clearly shown. Some of the fruitful advocacies that we did, debt cancellation continues to go on. how we can support others to try to address that. And then coming out of the committee here in the United States, we were recognized for our compassion and persistence and carrying that through. And I mentioned the housing ministry, that the seniors at Francis Heights have a limited income. They were demonstrating, because they were going to raise the rent for all of their housing units. And what was the problem is that the people that were the legislators at the time did not know how to write the law to grandfather these persons in. I asked them, can we write that for you? And we did. And they actually put it through, and it's still effective as of today. I just checked that out, so that's important. And environment issues for sure. Conflict with the Makali workers and McDonald's was in our diocesan area, and we brought the two groups together, but met with them separately, taking the opposing side's point of view, and they said we helped them listen to one another, and they made a commitment to that. The HIV/AIDS legislation, because of our involvement, as I said before, with AIDS, we are helped get all groups together. It was a major work with gays, lesbians, Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, coming together and helping to really being credited with helping to craft that legislation that was a bipartisan effort. I know PEPFAR and much of the aid has been discontinued, but we're still monitoring the local HIV/AIDS. So this has been for us the integrity of the heart, uniting the values of nonviolence in action for the sake of the world. And you've seen this. We've moved towards a deeper and wider practice of nonviolence by focusing on those simple values of respect, honesty, justice, and relationships. We can create a nonviolent lifestyle by responding in peace. We develop a prayerful reflection. We prepare ourselves to be responsive to God's grace in the moment, and the practice of nonviolence moves us towards the message of peace and God's love. We have accepted the challenge. So in many parts of the world, there's a need for paths of peace. To heal open wounds, there's also need for peacemakers, men and women prepared to work boldly and creatively to initiate processes of healing and renewed encounter. And active nonviolence then is the way showing that unity is truly more powerful and more fruitful than conflict, and everything in the world needs to be interconnected. Peace be with you. That's our sign. And that's the website that I have for you. If you want to, please look at going forward. Whoops, sorry. That's it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sister Sheila. What a beautiful presentation, and so much inspiration from so many projects and examples around the world. And I especially love how you integrated nonviolence into everything that you do, into your charism and into your meetings even. And some very practical examples for all of us. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break for the interpreters to get some water and take a breath. Thank you, interpreters.
Take your seat.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome Father Scaria Kalur. He has his doctorate in systemic theology from the Urban University in Rome. You will see he's quite impressive, master's in sociology and theology. He's a professor of systemic theology, a founder of Kannur Cultural Forum in India, the founder of Peace and Harmony Foundation, the founder of the Assisi Institute for Peace Studies, national coordinator of the Capuchin JPIC Commission in India for 6 years, and currently is the director of the International JPIC Commission. He has many published works: Christ as Creative Transformation, A New Paradigm for Christology, Integrating Peace and Happiness with Education, and also various articles on peace, on Gandhian thought, Christology and the process of thought and ecology. So welcome, Father Color. It's great to have you with us. Thank you.
Okay. Peace to you all. Peace to you. That's our initial wishing, you know. Okay. Now, dear friends, Sheila has covered almost all the points that I prepared, but still we try to make it up. Okay. Now, peace building in today's context. You know, we have seen a lot in today's morning on war and how the global scenario of war and political instability and an economic collapse. I'm not going to explain any of them. Then fundamentalist regimes and growth of right-wing ideology-based political parties, especially we are facing in India very strongly. Dictators and heavy rulers, and grabbing of small states by bigger countries, and high spending in military. And it's not only, now often we discuss only on the external things, bigger things. Also at the lower level, the violence is a huge issue. For example, look at the movies, the amount of violence we have. So it's promoting a culture of violence. Stories, novels, the biggest selling novels, what are they? They are mostly of these. And then change of social norms, changes in behavior patterns. Earlier we had a family-founded norms, and these went away automatically. A different value system emerges. Then, of course, I don't blame exclusively young. It is the elderly who initiate them to violence. So that pattern they follow very well. You know, seeing the violence, okay. If I ask them, so why are you violent? No, I saw him very successful with violence. Or movie stars. And media, hate speeches, religious and cultural prejudices. You know, you can think, we can evaluate the amount of negative news communicated in the social media, and when you propose some positive, nobody bothers much about that. Then at the level of religion, communities are getting divided and losing a sense of one global community, as you know, in India we used to call Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, which means the whole world is one family. We are one family. That was an ancient truth. And still worse, political parties cashing on hatred and communal disharmony. So we have seen a lot of this sort of things today, different aspects. Now discussed we so much on military and military expenses today. You know, this was a big contribution of Raymond Panikkar. He said, before military disarmament, what we need is a cultural disarmament. Unless there is a cultural disarmament, a military disarmament is impossible. We need to disarm our respective cultures. You know, slowly a violent-based culture is emerging everywhere. Even when you talk about peace or religious, they say, okay, war is required, otherwise how there will be peace? Iran is to be attacked. Or justifying different aspects, you know, maybe you have your own reasons. And then culture uses, it's very important, reason as a weapon to deceive and convince. With the help of reason, one thinks that one has a better solution. No, we will develop the entire Gaza into a golden place, okay? Then cultural disarmament does not mean it's not a returning back. Cultural disarmament is looking anew into context, looking anew into the problems, and looking for solutions. So it entails a criticism of the culture in the light of the shortcoming of one's culture and in the perspective of authentic intercultural framing of the question of peace. So, you know, peace is not the one-dimensional reality. I always feel to create a problem, one person is enough. But to bring peace, you need the whole universe. Yes, just to create a problem today, you are feeling that. One person can disturb the whole peace, but then whole universe is struggling to establish peace. You know, one person can disturb peace. I mean, I'm not referring to any particular person. It has been the history. No, not only Trump, there is also other friends, other side. I don't want to make mention about names. Yeah, there are several small and bigger names. You know. So it entails, so this is what I said. No? So cultural domination always have paved way for, so always war is related with some culture. Now, this is an important another finding that we should have. Non-dualistic relationship between outer peace and inner peace. You know, we discussed in all the seminars whenever I go, I hear a lot of strategies, systems, everything. I feel always we have excellent hardware, but no software. You know, hardware is super. Structures are there, systems are there, but where is the software? And sometimes this software is also virus affected, then it is gone. So genuine peace will always be experienced in a context of external peace where there is no war. That is a completion of peace, you know, where there are no wars. Like St. Augustine, who said, in the where there's no disorder, where there are no disorder, there is peace, you know. Yeah. In disorderliness, where there is order, there is peace, not the other way. When there is a perfect order, then there is a peace, you know. It is all, but so that will help, you know. I can compare a situation in a war zone place like Sri Lanka some years before I was there. They cannot think of peace, whereas living in a good atmosphere where there are no wars, it helps much. But it's also impossible to live a genuine, harmonious life without inner peace. This is a reality that you find today in the Western society or in Eastern society. Externally, things are fine, but internally, people are disturbed. You know, you need things to keep you calm and quiet. So even though the external or outer peace is prevailing, so it is here you find Gandhi and Nelson Mandela, these people lived years in prison, but they did not lose inner peace. So that's very, very important for us to note as people who are faith-based to work for peace. Okay. It's also another fact that a single individual without inner peace, that's what I already said, can disturb a community, society, country, and even the world. Now, what is the solution? No, she had been narrating a number of things, which is also sometimes overlapping between us. But here one aspect we say forgiveness, I know that slide is slightly cut. Forgiveness, reconciliation, and these are the ways to peace. Punishment alone does not bring about peace. You know, when someone does a wrong, court punishes him, he said justice is done. You know, that's the immediate response. Justice is done. But it's, I will come to that at the end of the point, okay? I'll just keep it there. So lost innocence calls for a new innocence, an upgraded look into the past with a renewed vision of reality than a near. I will explain that. To have a peace, it's not enough that we return back. Okay, 50 years we lived in a nice way. Let us rebuild all those structures. Let us be peaceful. No. It is always a burning the bridge behind, which means you need to raise your perspective. I need to raise my level up. The Israelites looked at their history from a point of revelation in that sense. In the midst of negativity, the prophets were showing them a level high. When I'm wounded, if I remain at that level, I continue in that. But when I raise it up, then I am entering into peace. Hence, only way to peace is a way ahead and not a way back, or to backward walk to the law. It may demand even to the point of shaming the holders of justice with the sober words of compassion. This is what I said. You know, women, where have your accusers gone in John's gospel, you find? You know, Jesus was approaching a different approach, taking a different approach. He was, on the one side, saving the lost one. At the same time, calling those who are accusers to a higher level. I mean, it's a dual way of transformation. Transformation for those evildoers. It's a very important passage. It's a calling upon your actions are not genuine, please. And he did not use force there. But it was a call upon them. So this is the type of justice the gospel preaches. It's not just punishing alone. It's not punishing, but it's more than calling everyone into a higher level of transformation. And peace becomes a harmonious stage of being which is so quiet as a pool. Raymond Panikar would say there is a harmonious level. Okay, this is what. Okay, stop. I wanted that Now, so this is, I am just showing you that various levels. Okay, that one. Various levels where we need to turn. Now, I ended up on forgiveness and peace. Now, we are on the theme of nonviolent pathways. When I look into history, actually, I find in Jesus the perfect model for this. I mean, unfortunately, we don't hear that name so much sounded here the moment I came for this conference. He is the one who brought us this perfect nonviolent pathway. Now, from my Christological studies, what I've seen is that, I'll read from the text I have. So, you need to understand Jesus in a deeper way. And for me, he is my inspiration. It is his inspiration that brought me to. In Jesus, I find 3 shifts, 3 transformations, and one is his understanding of God. It's very interesting. In Jesus, you find a shift from a God image. God image of his contemporaries was Yahweh, whereas Jesus brings a new God image. Jesus' nonviolence is founded on his unique understanding of God or his personal God image. John Fullenbach affirms that, what is the image of God that you carry? I'm talking now to the believers, I believe. If I was talking to a secular world, I would not have taken this way, but I'm talking to mostly believers here. So what is the God image that you carry? And all your spirituality, all your reactions would be shaped accordingly. And it is here that I find in Jesus, for example, I've seen some of my Muslim friends, you say, jihad is design of God, so I'm doing it. Because you have a very wrong God image. A man opening the Quran and abusing a girl, telling that I have no problem with you, but this is because he is formed of a very wrong God image. And it is here that you find Jesus gave us a new God image. And what is that? It was the full revelation of God we witness in the new image of God offered by Jesus. It's only in Jesus that we find a personal, loving, forgiving, and non-violent image of God, which was not so much presented to the Jewish till his time. I mean, dear friends, this is something very foundational. If you want to be a genuine, non-violent peace builder of the gospel, our theories and practices are not enough unless you are filled with this software. This software of a clear vision of God. In all your preachings, in all your communications, if you are able to communicate that, it goes deep into the people. So it's only in Jesus that we find, okay. Then Jesus defined a fully nonviolent God who is forgiving. To grasp the depth of the nonviolence and peace of Jesus, we need to capture the glimpse of Jesus, Lord, as Abba. So late Pope Francis too emphasizes that Jesus unfailingly preached God's unconditional love, which welcomes and forgives. And then the second element in Jesus, the foundation in Jesus' nonviolence, I would locate it in his understanding of good news, from Torah to good news. To the Old Testament, for example, you have heard it is several times in the Gospels you have heard it is said, but I say to you. It was a new exegesis, new interpretation, that Jesus brought in, to command to love your neighbor and hate your enemies. Please stop that. It's not that. Yeah. Okay, because that is not the one. So, but the Israelites, all the rest were enemies. But here he changes that. So his interpretation of the law reveals his thorough knowledge about the Jewish scriptures in is an undebatable fact. Through his interpretation of the law reaches its fulfillment. He says, I came to fulfill the law. Now, late Pope Benedict affirmed that this gospel passage is rightly considered the Magna Carta of Christian non-violence. It does not consist in succumbing to evil as a false interpretation of turning the other back. So often, it is being interpreted. I've seen some of the times, turning the other cheek, it's a failure. Today, I want people to know it's a failure. Why should you do that? AI doesn't teach you that. AI doesn't.
You have 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes to talk. And then 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay, Sam, see, okay, thank you so much. So then the third one is, I said, since you know it, I'm just skipping that, that's changing. And how do you read the gospel today? From what angle? 111 parables are there. All these are about a loving God. Now sometimes, and I wonder myself, sitting in the choir, Dio di esercito, Mamma mia. God of war. I said, it is something disturbing in my heart. So here, a new way, a new inclusive approach, a new gospel, good news for everyone. And the third shift, I would say, the Passover to the Eucharist. Passover was a limited saving event of the Jews, but Jesus dying on the cross, crying out to the Father, Lord, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing. That's the expression, that's the core of the Eucharist. So these 3 points, your God image, and how do you read the Bible, and how do you interpret your Eucharist. This should be the foundation for a Christian, for his nonviolence and his peace. If you base yourself on theories, political theories, strategies, I would say it will be a failure. Because I've been involved in several years, 15 years of my peace building. Sometimes I return back broken. Nothing happened. All the more problems. Finally, I come and sit in front of a San Damiano cross I have in my chapel. I sit there and I get a confidence. Don't worry, you have done your work. Success is not my issue. No, I have experienced several times, even midnight, I've cried. The whole day I spent, nothing turned out. This is the spirit, this is the spirit that we want to carry. This is the spirit that we miss here. Without this spirit, think about, today we said here how many 1,800 congregations. And think about the number of people here. If there are 5 people are there with that spirit, then things will change. I think this is what we need. Also, and from here you find an application. My great inspiration is, of course, St. Francis. Now we have this prayer every day in our morning prayer. We say, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. In 2012, all around me was violence. Almost 300 people were murdered. 10 years. Then I asked, is it enough to sit and pray, or should I do something? And there is no one to support me, all alone. And then I read the book on Francis, how he dared to, all this, his peace mission he started at Assisi. When he went through the streets of Assisi, nobody bothered. Nobody bothered, fooled him. What he's going to do, begging for stones. Then slowly, when he heard about there is an issue in Arezzo, he sent 2 friars there, and he goes directly there to involve, and he started to preach. And then same you find in Bologna. And then still a very wonderful involvement. In 1219, he goes to Damietta in Egypt. No, against the Crusaders. Against the official church's position, in a way. He goes there, so the murder of 6,000 people on a particular day. He said, he sends his Illuminato brother, and both of them goes to meet the Sultan, and a new track was opened there. And finally, at his deathbed, when he heard that the party of bishop and of the mayor was having conflict, on dying moment, the man is tending two friars, adding the last stanza to the canticle of creation on reconciliation, go and sing to them. Dear friends, if we have a heart, there are 100 ways to get involved. If you have a spirit. So this is one Francis example, I would say, a perfect non-violent pathway. And second, of course, I wanted to make Mahatma Gandhi, since it was already mentioned in the previous, in the before noon session. But I just wanted to say he was also very strongly. Is it 10 minutes left?
5 minutes left.
Only 5 minutes.
To talk, and then we have 10 minutes for the reflection.
Okay, so on this, now we have a few, now you can go to that slide. On this, yeah, we have developed enough. I had two experiences. One is with the society. I told you 15 years, day and night, only one prayer in my heart and mind, Lord, bring peace to Kannur, my city, where our province was there. 6 lakhs of people, 600,000 people live there. And as a minority community, what am I to do? Slowly, we started. Several methodologies we took, several approaches we took. Initially, there was a lot of problems, but gradually, my confidence was that it's not your work, it's the work of God. I had 2-3 chances to go out, new invitations to go abroad. Again, a reminder in my heart was that, no, you are called for this, remain here. So that way, 15 years we worked, and for the past 4-5 years, there is no violence at all. Yes, there's no violence. And I have created a community that's going on. From there, we thought we should do something more into school for you to follow, maybe a good model we have created. You can just go down there. Yeah. Now, this is from the society. We thought it's not enough. We need a new culture should be framed. In my experience, I thought talking to the elders, not much of use. But you talk to children, they will grasp it. So, this is our experience. So I started to move to with these images of the town and violence. First of all, to children, showing them there is violence everywhere. Your culture is so violent. Violence in the family and violence in social media, of course. And awareness of violence is created in the society. So I showed them to the children. And in politics and violence and religion. So as we discussed today, yes, there is violence everywhere. Now what are we to do? We start with them, peace to you like this in the morning. No good morning and good evening. I started to tell them, it creates a new vibe. So create peace awareness, which all of us can do. In my community, when someone says, buongiorno, I said, pace bene. So people started, oh, pace bene is coming. You identify yourself with peace. What's it? Because we are called for that. I said, I'm not ashamed because Francis said it is God revealed these greetings to me. Am I right? Yes. So create peace awareness. And the second one is inner peace. I tell you, without inner peace, we are not going to attain everything. We are not going to attain anything. You may have best system, you may have a lot of funds, you may have all structures. Basically, it starts with you. It's my experience, it's my conviction. If you don't have inner peace, if you have a broken person inside, you cannot bring peace. This is affirmed by all the major transformers in the world, Gandhi, Martin Luther, or St. Francis. All these people taught us. Now we are trying to do something without, okay. So how it helps? Inner peace will have total relaxation. It helps for concentration. It reduces mental stress and it liberates mind from the guilt and empowers the person to face challenges. You have that And then your stress is over. When I do it for the children, they say, Father, all our stress is gone. Hindus, Muslims, everyone, no? We have given training last year for 50,000 children in 30 schools. Yeah. It's a huge, now our mission is going on very well. And then the next is discussion, planning, and action plan for peace. Now, I'm happy that at the end of this conference, you are planning an action plan, no? Everyone. Peace has to be experienced. Peace has to be experienced. It should be tangible. It's not enough to have wonderful presentations. It helps, reflections, theologizing. But something I need to do here. If that is not happening, we have theory about peace, but we have no experience of peace. Then this is interreligious peace. See, this is what we did also, another beautiful thing. Namely, we collected, religion is a big issue today in several places, several countries. Religion is discarded some places. Here, I know, religion means, while we are coming in this habit, somebody said, hey, who are you, like that, I could sense that response very well. And here we have collected peace prayers of all the religions and distribute to the children. So it gives you an idea of religion that is promoting peace, not the social media that teaches about the religion. Okay, then peace with nature. This is another which you should do with your children, all of you who are schools. Initiate this sort of thing. Connect, not simply planting trees, telling them connect it with the peace. That's very important. We do a lot of things. Connect it with this peace and non-violence. Why are you doing it? Because we are rebuilding the nature. And so ecological integrity, protects earth, prevent ecological harm, sustainable lifestyle, okay? Now, peace through just action, justice and peace. They have to be introduced, students, or wherever you are. I used to wonder, look at the percentage of justice, peace, ecology in the talks and writings of Pope Francis, and how much is there in our discussions. Our discussions are very minimal. Okay, so create the sense of empathy. When the war is happening somewhere, I cannot simply quietly sing my hymns and say the rosary and sit quiet. I have to be touched inside. Every day it disturbs me. In my community, the last prayer, before the Our Father, I always said, one prayer for peace, please. You have to be identifying yourself as a peace builder, not peace lover. We need to, Pope Francis told us, religious, you are the peace. Identify yourself. I'm not ashamed to talk about peace because my life is dedicated for that. So this is what we need to do. With my intellectual knowledge, with my relationship, with all that I am, I need to build that. And then this is something which we need to have. Do you have some particular role models for your personal life, also to give others? As his sister was mentioning, St. Francis and the founders all. Introduce them, because people are being led by other role models. We need to replace this. And these are people whom I promote, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, and Srinath, and all these people, okay? St. Francis. Lastly, we give awards. Recognize people who are working in your own locality. Someone is doing some creative activity. Why don't you have big organization, maybe a church or a school or an institution? Why can't you make that little effort? Give an acknowledgement. That will promote, because on the other side you find things are being highly exploiting things, which we can do easily. This is how peace has to be promoted. Okay, this is a peace pledge. Every day, commit yourself to peace. Today, I commit myself to non-violence. I will not get angry with anybody. Even if someone is dashing me, I say, peace to you. Okay, here I conclude. I have 10 minutes more.
Yes, for the reflection.
Yeah. Not for reply, no? It's for...
For the reflection.
Okay. Now, peace has to be experienced, I said. I want that music to be played. Let us all experience a little bit of inner peace, okay? If you want to just stand up and sit one. It's part of my session. Session is not over. Okay, now let's sit, let's sit. Just sit. Hello, don't go, just sit, okay. Just for you to make your Head and bottom, I said. Okay, let us now slowly. You can go down. Yeah. Please, yeah. Sit straight. Close your eyes. All of you, please close your eyes and sit straight. No, we were talking about inner peace. This is a moment where we need to experience that. Now feel the breathing. Slowly, let us bring to our minds a beautiful image of Christ that you like most. The best image of Jesus I like in my life. Maybe a good shepherd, maybe Jesus at the table or on the mountain. I always keep my best image as the shepherd who takes the lamb on his shoulder, or who goes after the lost sheep. Feel his presence. Feel the quietness, the comforting words that he tells us. Enjoy that presence. And slowly, he looks at you with compassion and peace. It helps me, like Peter, to look into my own self. Slowly, I recognize my limitations. This is the second part, the decoding of negative events. Look whether there are instances, events in our lives that haunt us with very negative memories, or people with whom I find it difficult to adjust, maybe in my community or in my relationship. Say a sorry to those people whom you have offended, if you feel. And again say, if you have offended somebody, say pardon. Pardon me for my failures. Let us go to that event, the face of the person, the time, that particular event, if you have, the situation, the moment, and feel the pressure of that moment, and all humility say, I forgive you, or forgive me. We are not able to do that. Let us entrust to the Lord who is near us. Looking compassionately at Peter, still he entrusted Peter, who was a failure in following him, with the task of lead my sheep. In spite of our failures, God entrusts us with more tasks. Knowing that we are not the perfect, but having the confidence that we are with Him. Now from this forgiveness, let us move to gratitude to God. Gratitude to my parents, to my family for my birth, giving life to me. Gratitude to the church where I was baptized. Even though the church has a lot of limitations, it gave me life, new spirit in Christ. Gratitude to the order to which I belong. I know there are a lot of limitations, but still I'm happy because they accept me. They appreciate me. They honor me. I had to love them. And let's be grateful to the whole world. Even though it has problems, wars, still there are millions who live in peace and harmony. Let us join ourselves with them. And next, Let's feel the energy of Jesus filling our heart. He is there. Blessed are the peacemakers. They shall be called the sons of God. When God names someone as his son, he accepts us. Peace building, even though it is a secular activity, it is a divine reality. We are the divine diplomats of the Lord. Unarmed, but disarming others. We are the divine diplomats, not the political diplomats, but the divine diplomats, people who have been commissioned by Jesus. Let's be grateful to God, entrust all our challenges, commit ourselves to once again to non-violence, peace, and to our call. With this firmly committing ourselves, let us thank the Lord and open our eyes. Slowly you can open your eyes. Yeah, I thought we are having a lot of discussion. Some experience is good. So this is what, I'm sure you all must have good experience, isn't it? Yeah? Yeah, this I do with, we have done it with millions of, with thousands of children. And this is, dear friends, I would say, I conclude with this: without inner peace, no outer peace is possible. And we need a commitment to Christ as peace builders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for reminding us that Jesus is the perfect example of nonviolence and that we can't have outer peace without inner peace. And thank you for the beautiful meditation at the end. Yes, it's great to show us how to practice in addition to giving us all of the tools. So I'd like to open it up for questions. Do we have any questions online yet? Are there any online? No? Okay, please type your questions in the chat box online if you have any. Do we have any questions in the room?
Hablamos en español, desarme cultural. Quisiera hacer una mención a una experiencia colectiva, no individual. Incluso hablamos de nación, Israel-Palestina. ¿Ya? Bueno, decía que estamos hablando de desarme cultural. ¿Sí? Hablando de desarme cultural, quisiera mencionar una experiencia concreta, que es una experiencia colectiva, no individual, Israel-Palestina. Me parece que hay toda una cultura de violencia transmitida de generación en generación y que no hay una posibilidad en el futuro próximo de un cambio. En situaciones así, ¿qué se puede hacer? ¿Hay un mecanismo concreto, yo que sé, alguna forma? Porque los niños nacen en una cultura violenta, reciben, se les transmite de todas las formas posibles esa violencia, ellos viven esa violencia, desarrollan una memoria violenta ¿Qué podemos hacer concretamente en estas situaciones?
Okay, I understand the point. See, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is to create a culture of nonviolence even among themselves. I saw some last year, I think the Pax Christi organized a program of Palestinians and Jews who were lost someone from their own family, some 700 of them. They came here and they embraced each other and they said, okay, I lost someone from my family. You also lost from your family. We are having the same tragedy. So let us put an end to the cycle of violence. So that is one way we can do. And on the other side, I would say it also requires justice. Without paying attention to their cry, not that, when your family is centuries after centuries ill-treated, or you are centuries after centuries, if your rights are not recognized, then automatically this violence will grow. That's why Pope Leo also affirmed very strongly in reference to that point you said, two-nation theory. It's the church upholding that. So if you continue on violence, there is no end. Now, India got freedom from British. Gandhi said, don't hate them. That is a very powerful teaching that came from the nonviolence of Jesus. So there was no hatred of the white people. He told what you are doing is not right, but I don't hate you. And that went deep into the Indian culture. Ahimsa became a very powerful tool. So this is why we can apply both the ways.
The other way that when Ireland was dealing with their conflict of the Catholics and the Protestants, or whatever, a number of the children would come over to the United States with the opposite families. And they were out in a different environment, but their purpose was to learn how to be receptive to the other side. So that was a way of, trying to bring that together. And Marie might want to talk a little bit about that. This group that Father's talking about, they did this over in Palestine and Israel. They band together because their common bond was that they lost someone through this, the conflict that was going on. So their bond was grief. Now, we've had also families come with both sides, Palestinian and Israel, come and talk around different communities, and you began to see something happen, but you can see the outside has an influence as to what can make a difference. And the other thing is that when you are helping with nonviolence, what is it? When I was talking about the different values, they are positive values without necessarily using the word nonviolence, because then they often think, well, I'm going to be walked over. I can't be strong enough to do that. A piece that I worked in the shelter for domestic abuse and sexual assault, so we had to bring people into the shelter, and actually the values that I gave were born out of that experience in the shelter, because you can't say, don't do these things if you're not enabling others to have gained skills that are strong for them to be able to rely on. Those are just some comments that to make, because this is such a painful situation. We've had in our community some from Palestine come and stay with us while they come here and talk about what's happening in Palestine, and it's just heart-wrenching just to hear what you're bringing up again.
I like what you said at the beginning, that it's better not to do dualistic vision inner and outside. I think there are sometimes the peace is not possible because you have a structure that is really creating stress, no? And it has to be attended. and I was working in a neighborhood. So I decided to visit the family because I saw a lot of stress and violence. So you see, there are 2 rooms, a minimum of 10 people living in 2 rooms. You enter there, and just entering, you feel stressed. Everybody's shouting music, and the whole neighborhood is like that, no? So at the end, you say, but how can I ask these people to be peaceful? The structure is wrong. I mean, we have created one environment that is creating violence already, no? So I think this inequality also sometimes the reason of we blame, no, these people from this area are very violent. Well, are very violent because there is no infrastructure. There is nothing that is also helping them to see the life in another way, no? So I think these issues should be attended also when we talk about peace and way of creating peace, no? That's my observation, no, with this.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I said inner peace is the foundation for us. I did not sit quiet, okay, I have inner peace. That forces me to go out, involve. So this is how peace and justice are very much related. When I have to see it, now we give food to the people. I like Romero's statement. When I give them food, they call me a saint. When I call them, why are you poor? They call me a communist. So, yeah, so this, okay, sorry. So I made a mistake. So this is here, I have to get involved. Absolutely. I'll have to check why this structure, what is the problem. Then I would say it is not enough to just inquire, but try to find a solution for them. It's here my responsibility comes in. Now, when I saw this big violence in the area, okay, 350 people are murdered, I went to the police gave me the records. Then the policeman told me, still I remember, Father, I can take action, but you can bring peace. I can take action, but you can bring peace. So I had to then, no, you go to the police, you go to the officials, you tell them, no, this is not happening. They were having repeated violence. Then I told them, this is not fair. So this is, of course, I just wanted to say, it's not one or the other, both integrated.
And the bishops on Friday had brought that to the attention of the oppression that the politics are now putting on the youth because they want to control their vote. And our group was even, our facilitators were threatened. Our communication was set down. And we are now going to be working in terms of advocacy. And what they see is the integrity, which is another way of saying the inner and the outer. It's just another word to use to say the same thing, where you're alone with your God who is your friend, and you talk to God in that way. But because they've had the nonviolence training, they're looking at the integrity of and finding a way to see that that is the way to go. But there are some skills in place. At least the desire is there, and there's some tools to do it. And the other thing is having them experience what it means to be truthful and honest. The good feeling that can come inside themselves is part of this inner and outer, and rather than always thinking we have to make more money. So that what you're saying is, I think, in whatever way we can, is to match the integrity, the inner and the outer, find out who we are at the moment, and be that gift that God has created us to be. So.
No online. Okay. From here, yeah.
A question to Father. It's a good thing that you are working on this peace element with the school children. Having worked for so many years with the children, coming from difficult situation and varied experiences, surely you will have seen some change in them. They are not isolated, they're part of the family. So what impact has it created in the family? And are you also doing something to involve the families into this?
Yeah, this is a good question. So we focus on children from the age group from 9 to 12 or 13. The advantage is, one positive thing I saw was these children, when they return home after the class, they narrate the stories to the parents. Oh, today we learned about peace. And that, their parents are maybe highly politically motivated people. So from the principal, I got the feedback later on. It has created a positive attitude. So our children are growing well. They are not fully happy with that, but so it affects the family. Now, then later on, we started to call also the parents. That helped very much. I mean, it has a huge impact upon the children. That's what, when we do a one-year program, from we started till the end. Initially, for example, if you are hit, will you return back? I will do doubled. But at the end, I have seen, I will forgive. I will forgive. This attitudinal change. One child who was collecting money to buy a bicycle, when he said justice, peace and justice, he brought that whole money to the school and said, this should be used for a flood situation. So this transformed the children very.
Let me just add one piece to that. There was a complaint with the young people and the parent situation, so they brought the parents and the young people together. And they talked about the difficulties. There was fighting because I was getting poor grades in school. And they were paying for that, so they realized that it made a difference. Or I'm pregnant, they're getting pregnant, and the parents are upset. What about that? So they talked about that. Or they were given chickens. Well, then the parents were selling them for alcohol or eating them. So these are the kinds of discussions. So they made a memorandum of understanding that they could count on each other. For that's taking it another way was quite successful for people to come to that, to realize that this is a problem.
There are a few online questions. How can we talk about integrity and nonviolence to young people in a country where they have no voice and their wishes are disregarded? In Cameroon, the socio-political reality makes addressing these issues even more difficult. As a religious leader, what strategy can we use to raise awareness among young people and help them choose nonviolence as a weapon? Then one or two more questions. The international community, especially Europe, with its new rearming policies, is running on for more violence relationship. Which strategy the religious life can take to raise the nonviolence culture? Then how do we advocate for nonviolence when each day guns are shot because of a senseless crisis? I type and listen to you. There are gunshots outside. During your meditation, I could not focus because of the heavy gunshots. So how can one stop this? There are a few more. You can answer this question.
Continue, that's for sure. When you mentioned the DRC, actually we were given money by the Embassy of the United Kingdom to go to conflict areas to deal with nonviolence and peace building. The reason why we were suggested to go was that when they did their study, the religious were the most trusted of the people for them to work with. And so what we did is draw religious together from different phases, where they were in the prisons, where they were at school, where they were pastoral people, where they were nurses, all the different areas came and talked to one, and as we were talking about the nonviolence there, it was in Goma that we did this. And then they did planning for each of their areas, what they were working on, and what they could account one another for. And so they were going back to start to, to deal with the situations, whether it was teen pregnancy, whether it was having good teaching taking place, what was going on in the home. So they planned the strategies to go forth. They did it all. We also did it in Uganda with the same methodology. And then after about 4 years later, I asked the Uganda, and they're continuing to do these things. So sometimes I feel as religion, we can't just say, well, the government is, Jesus didn't say the government isn't doing. Jesus did the right thing, and then the government came to him, and also the religious leaders. So this is what, we are friends of Jesus. Jesus worked with the poor, and the consequences came for that. I can't give a good, things are going to be rosy, but we know what happened to him. And so that's, part of the strategy. If we say we're going to go with him, then we have to trust. And, he spent nights in prayer trying to get the Father to talk to him and to know what he was going to do. So I think just doing one thing after the other, be kind to them. When I get overwhelmed, I go out immediately and try to do kind things. Greet people, send an email, do something conscious to change the karma. So that's part of it. I'll let Bob say some more things.
Yeah, okay, just, answer to your question, very concrete. When you're meditating, you hear the sound of guns. One thing is, never lose hope. Never lose hope. This is not the end of the world. When I started my work in that particular context, it was a history of 60 years of violence. When I started, all people said, media, everybody said, no, you are not going to do anything here. Several people have come. Nothing is going to change. When Gandhi started the freedom movement, he was against a rule that was 250 years in India. So dear brother or father, whoever it is, I just wanted to assure you, have hope in Christ and feel that you are empowered. And you may not find a success, but you will not lose hope, feeling that, okay, I did my part, the rest, let us leave it to God. So that would be one thing. Then, globally, this is another movement now is happening. It's called a P7. I'm part of that movement, started in India. Now, this is like a G7. Opposite to that, it's a new movement identifying countries who are supporting peace. So we are trying to involve also Vatican. No, I was trying to get an appointment today, that's why I was absent in the morning session. So promoting this sort of, now there are several initiatives happening around the world, small stories. So I think it is us to promote these small stories, so don't be lost at the big cloud. Behind the cloud, there is a powerful sun.
Thank you very much.
So, thanks to all of you, especially Sheila and Kalur for your inspiring sharing. And we know that it's a hard reality that many of us are facing. I was surprised to read that question of hearing the gunshot outside when she is listening to peace and nonviolence. These are hard realities of life. No, sometimes it's difficult to give answers because they are facing the challenges. It's easy to say from here, yeah, have peace, but it's difficult. When if we put ourselves into their shoes, we know how hard it is to understand the situation. We resonate with you, sister. I understand your situation. Let us keep her in our prayer. And a special thanks to our moderator, Simone, for efficiently moderating the session, reminding them about the times. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. And I would like to say a word about Simone because she is a layperson. I introduced her as a layperson. These days, when we speak about JPIC coordinator to be appointed in the congregations, many of the congregations say that we don't have personnel. And therefore, they end up appointing a person from the General Council as in charge of JPIC, which a person cannot do justice to the ministry. So this is a struggle that we see in today's world. So this is an example where we take in the lay people as JPIC coordinators. It's an option. Many of the congregations are doing now. So let us stop with the difficulties that we face. We shall strive to find a way out for our difficulties challenges that we face. So I would request that if you don't have a person to be a JPIC coordinator, we can have efficient and capable led people as JPIC coordinators. Many congregations are going into that. So this is an option. So let us not stop working for JPIC. Let us find ways and means out to do our ministry in the justice and peace. Thanks a lot, and we break now. Thanks to all the people who have joined online. As usual, we have the last session. Display here. Both are all. So welcome back to all of you. In the previous session, we explored the principles and strategies of nonviolence. Now we are going to listen to the lived experiences of nonviolence, the situations where individuals and communities are already practicing reconciliation and peace building. So these testimonies are important because they remind us that peace is not an ideal for the future. It is something being built today in fragile and difficult contexts. So they help us to see that even small initiatives can generate transformation. So as we listen, kindly consider this question in your mind. Which of these experiences gives hope for my context? What first step could I realistically begin with? So I have another woman with me, Sister Lavina D'Souza, who will be moderating this session. Over to Sister Lavina. I would like to introduce her to you. Yeah, she is a Canossian sister, a social worker, and a social work researcher. For more than 17 years, she has worked in India to empower women and children in both rural and urban communities. She has also organized initiatives and was actively involved in supporting the LGBTQ+ community. She currently serves in Foggia, Italy, where she works in anti-trafficking initiatives and accompanies women prisoners and immigrants. A regular columnist for Global Sisters Report and contributes to other magazines as well. So we have a practical person who is in the field from Italy, though from India, but she works in Italy. So we're over to Sister Lavina.
Thank you, Father Roy. And as we are searching for new alternatives for nonviolence, we have our first speaker. It's online, Father Nandino Capovilla. He is a Catholic priest and a former national coordinator of Pax Christi Italy. He's a faith-based advocate for peace, nonviolence, and human rights, with a particular focus on Palestine and Gaza. Long-standing voice calling attention to the humanitarian impact of war and the suffering of civilian populations. He's been the co-author of Under the Gaza Sky, a book offering eyewitness accounts and critical reflections on the crisis in Gaza and the international community's response. He's also a participant in international peace initiatives, including the Pilgrimage of Justice, during which he was denied entry to Israel in August 2025. He's active in public dialogue on peace and justice, including speaking engagements at major cultural and international forums, such as the Venice International Film Festival. He's engaged in community-based pastoral work, fostering inclusive spaces within parish life and encouraging youth participation and creative expression. He's committed to bridging faith, grassroots activism, social justice, promoting dialogue, compassion, solidarity across cultures. Over to you, Father Capovilla. We want to learn and hear you.
Thank you. Grazie.
Yes, you can speak.
Ok, grazie, vi ringrazio e ho subito la voce, presto la mia voce ai cristiani della Terra Santa, i cristiani palestinesi, che hanno scritto così a noi di ogni parte del mondo nel documento appena pubblicato Kairos 2. Mantenere la fede e la speranza è resistenza. Pregare è resistenza. Preservare la pace sociale è resistenza. You have to translate.
It's okay. Continue. Yeah.
Ok, io proseguo.
Sì, Nandino, l'interpretariato è simultaneo sui canali di traduzione.
Grazie. Allora, dicevo, ho subito iniziato dando la voce ai credenti, ai cristiani palestinesi della Palestina, della Terra Santa, in Palestina, in Israele, nella striscia di Gaza, che nel recente documento Kairos 2 hanno espresso proprio la loro fede incarnata nel documento appunto Kairos. Kairos Palestina è un processo di fronte all'oppressione ormai decennale dei palestinesi nella loro terra. E questa oppressione continua da troppo tempo e in questi giorni, in queste ore, siamo tutti testimoni dell'ennesimo tentativo da parte dei potenti della terra di trasformare i loro piani di controllo sistematico, violento, pervasivo della popolazione palestinese, immaginandolo come un processo di pace. Ma questo Board of Peace non ha niente a che fare con la pace giusta per i popoli che in questa terra vivono. Il cardinale Pizzaballa continua a ripetere: è come se noi volessimo fare la pace senza i protagonisti. Ancora una volta i palestinesi vengono esclusi dalla pace. Ma allora qual è l'esperienza della non violenza che io ho conosciuto, che continuo a conoscere frequentando appunto la terra palestinese? È una ricchezza grandissima di testimonianze pratiche, quella che Kairos chiama resistenza creativa. Creativa perché ancora una volta l'oppressore si ingegna per togliere anche il fiato alle persone, alle famiglie, alle comunità, ai popoli. Ma allora la gente, i popoli, le comunità rispondono con la non violenza affermando i loro diritti. Il primo testimone di questo, in questo momento storico, è la comunità internazionale rappresentata da tutte le donne e gli uomini che lavorano nel settore umanitario. E dopo i 2 anni di genocidio, noi ci rendiamo conto che l'aspetto più grave del processo che sta instaurando Trump è la sostituzione, l'esclusione delle Nazioni Unite e di tutti i partner umanitari liberi dall'impegno per affrontare tutte le questioni in ogni parte della terra e in modo particolare in Palestina. Voglio dire che se avessimo fatto questo incontro anche solo qualche mese fa, io vi avrei raccontato prima di tutto dei pastori del villaggi nelle South Hebron Hills, oppure dei contadini che difendono i loro ulivi a nord della Cisgiordania, oppure delle persone che gestiscono le cooperative nelle diverse parti della Palestina. Ma in questo momento io devo cambiare il programma. Devo immaginare e riconoscere che ci sono dei soggetti che in modo non violento, come è non violenta l'azione diplomatica per custodire i principi della legalità internazionale e della pace. Ci sono queste persone che sono autenticamente oggi i nuovi e i primi testimoni di non violenza. Sto pensando in particolare a tutte le agenzie delle Nazioni Unite, ma penso anche a quelle ONG, a quei partner umanitari che attraverso tutti i vari progetti e programmi di solito noi consideriamo come personale in servizio umanitario, ma io credo invece che sia una grande strada di non violenza. E quindi la prima cosa è rendere onore in questo momento a tutte le donne e gli uomini che lavorano per portare avanti i progetti umanitari in Terra Santa, nella striscia di Gaza, ormai devastata e ridotta in un deserto, in un cimitero, ma soprattutto nella Cisgiordania, come in Israele e come in ogni parte del mondo. Questa è la prima esperienza. La seconda esperienza di non violenza attiva, io credo sia fatta nelle scuole, in tutte le esperienze di scolarizzazione, di educazione, di cui la Palestina è ricca, ricchissima. Chi di voi frequenta e conosce la Terra Santa sa quanto il livello educativo sia straordinario, altissimo il livello educativo, tanto che è stato festeggiato poche settimane fa la laurea di più di 100 studenti a Gaza laureati in medicina.
Scusa
Una cosa
Nandino,
incredibile.
scusa Nandino.
Come hanno fatto a studiare
Nandino, mi
sotto
senti?
Sì.
Scusa, gli interpreti chiedono se puoi parlare più lentamente. Grazie.
Benissimo. Grazie, scusate. Sorry. Io credo quindi che la seconda esperienza di testimonianze pratiche di non violenza venga dal mondo educativo, dalla rete di scuole, dalle più piccole a quelle più grandi, a quelle di un sistema educativo palestinese che per fortuna resiste ancora, che è l'orgoglio dei palestinesi e che anche le macerie non sono riuscite a distruggere. Pensate che anche in questo momento alcune università di Gaza che sono state demolite, le cui sedi sono state demolite, i cui docenti sono costretti a vivere o sotto le tende oppure all'estero. Anche in questo momento queste università riescono a portare avanti online il loro impegno non violento di educazione. Faccio un esempio, anzi due esempi molto, molto conosciuti anche forse da voi, e vi porto con questo piccolo ricordo che le suore comboniane è una pecora fatta proprio dai pastori delle scuole tra Gerusalemme e Gerico, in quella zona del deserto in cui ci sono molti villaggi di beduini, e le suore comboniane sostengono e appoggiano 14, credo il numero esatto, 14 piccole scuole dove i bambini dei villaggi beduini, nonostante tutta la violenza, ogni giorno si recano a scuola e ricevono quindi una possibilità di dignità e di futuro. Oppure faccio un altro riferimento alla coraggiosa educatori e professori dell'Università di Birzeit. Birzeit, siamo in Cisgiordania, e a Birzeit è accaduto anche a metà gennaio che l'esercito israeliano sia entrato con mezzi militari dentro la città universitaria. Sono iscritti e frequentano 8.000 studenti. L'esercito il 12 gennaio è entrato nell'università, ha usato proiettili, gas lacrimogeni contro gli studenti e i docenti. Ma gli studenti e i docenti hanno risposto continuando a portare avanti il loro impegno, studiando, facendo gli esami e resistendo con la forza non violenta della cultura. Alla sera di quel giorno, era il 12 gennaio 2026, un gruppo di cristiani del monastero vicino a Birzeit ha scritto questa preghiera: O Dio, nostro Maestro, i potenti si illudono di orientare le coscienze perché possono aggredire, uccidere, imprigionare, ridurre al silenzio. I nostri giovani che oggi andavano all'università, nelle loro aule e nelle loro biblioteche, fa che sentano sempre lo Spirito Santo che li custodisca e li renda forti nella resistenza al male e al sopruso. Ecco, allora io credo che la resistenza non violenta in Palestina diventa anche preghiera, ma prima di tutto impegno, vicinanza e difesa e custodia del bene più grande che è la vita, messo a dura prova dalla violenta oppressione dello Stato, di cui ormai è così chiaro che la responsabilità in un genocidio però di cui tutti noi siamo complici, come le Nazioni Unite hanno espresso, che è sotto i nostri occhi, anche in questi giorni. Nelle esperienze di non violenza io voglio nominare anche un'altra esperienza, quella che si svolge nei villaggi, in alcuni villaggi, dove la violenza dei coloni che occupano le cime delle colline e che in questi 2 anni hanno ricevuto dal loro governo anche le armi per aumentare ancora la loro violenza, la violenza con cui i settlers aggrediscono quotidianamente le comunità palestinesi. Bene, di fronte a questa violenza, in molti villaggi si resiste difendendo le proprie case, la propria terra e i propri ulivi. Questa resistenza arriva anche a trovare espressione nelle comunità cristiane. Nel piccolo villaggio di Taibe, a nord di Ramallah, che per tanti anni molti di noi abbiamo e forse ancora continuiamo a visitare, i coloni israeliani aggrediscono le greggi al pascolo, incendiano le automobili e hanno incendiato anche la chiesa antica di Taibe. La risposta del parroco Abuna Bashar e della sua comunità non è mai stata violenta. È una risposta che ha portato il parroco nella seconda domenica del tempo di Avvento a far uscire i suoi parrocchiani dalla chiesa, a portare una piccola candela rossa dalla chiesa al luogo dove la sera precedente i coloni incappucciati avevano acceso un incendio. E lì, e non nella chiesa, luogo della celebrazione, ma fuori, il parroco ha acceso le candele di avvento, della corona di avvento. Tipico gesto liturgico, ma che lui con creatività ha portato nel luogo in cui i violenti avevano seminato odio e ha detto queste parole: siamo venuti a celebrare qui, dove i violenti hanno acceso il loro fuoco nella nostra chiesa. Noi accendiamo la nostra candela per dire che rimarremo nella nostra terra, nella nostra città. Rimarremo perché qui siamo stati voluti dal Signore e questa è la nostra terra. Io credo che queste esperienze di non violenza creativa sono una grande speranza per tutti noi, sono una grande scuola. È per questo che i palestinesi della Terra Santa hanno seguito e partecipato alla nostra esperienza straordinaria. Dico nostra perché si è diffusa in tutto il mondo. A cosa sto facendo riferimento? All'esperienza della Global Sumud Flottiglia. La Global Sumud Flottiglia, esperienza poi diversificata, ma chiara nel suo obiettivo, non solo umanitario, ma anche politico, è stata un gesto straordinario di non violenza. L'obiettivo, come sapete, era quello non solo di portare degli aiuti ad una popolazione sull'orlo della carestia, ma di rompere un assedio ingiusto, di dimostrare al mondo che i popoli possono e devono farsi sentire, fare sentire la loro voce. Hanno moltiplicato questa voce in centinaia e centinaia di imbarcazioni, di navi, che hanno solcato il Mediterraneo, l'unico mare dei popoli, non il cimitero a cui noi siamo ormai abituati a vedere. Cimitero dove tante persone, anche in queste ore, purtroppo muoiono per scappare dalla loro terra. Ma la Sumud Flottiglia invece ha messo nel mare le imbarcazioni per rompere l'assedio ingiusto e per compiere un atto di non violenza.
Padre Capovilla,
Cosa hanno fatto?
possiamo
Sì,
concludere, per
sì,
favore?
certo,
Sì, sì,
certo,
grazie,
certo,
grazie.
certo. Allora i palestinesi hanno visto queste nostre azioni e si sono sentiti confortati. Concludo dicendo che nessuna donna, nessun uomo che riesce ad agire con non violenza riesce a farlo da solo. Ha bisogno di sentire il sostegno. Nel più piccolo villaggio lontano dalle grandi città, dove una persona, una comunità resiste in modo non violento, lì deve esserci tutto il nostro sentire di donne e di uomini. Allora, in questo modo, la non violenza sarà ancora e sempre molto più forte dell'oppressione e del sopruso. Grazie.
We open the floor for a few questions, and we also, we listen to the next speaker. In the meanwhile, we thank Father Capovilla for giving us practical ways of how creative resistance and non-violent has tried to preserve the good. And particularly, it has been the grassroots level initiatives among the shepherds, the villagers, the farmers, the schools, and how even their liturgies were creative in order to promote this aspect of resistance. Thank you, Father Capovilla. Now we go to our next speaker, Fry Joseph Blair, OFM, if he's online. Yeah. Father Joseph Blair of OFM is from the order of, as I've said, Friars Minor.
OFM Conv.
Friars Minor Conventuals of Ghana. And he is a vocations director, novice master, the superior, and the vicar custos. He served in the generalate in Rome as a general delegate for JPIC. And he's represented his order on the Franciscan International Board of Directors in Geneva. He's a parish priest, retreat director, preacher, senator, consultant to 2 diocesan bishops, and executive co-secretary of JPIC for the Union of Major Superiors of Rome. Currently, external lecturer and spiritual director at St. Peter's Major Seminary, Cape, in Ghana. He's an external examiner, College of Distance Education, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, and guardian of Franciscan community in Elmina. And also he has done his theological studies in Tangaza College, Nairobi. He's a master's in global development and social justice from St. Joseph's University. He also has his PhD from Niagara University. His dissertation was on the phenomenological study of artisanal and small scale gold mining, poverty mitigation, and aggravation. And he was awarded the Reverend Dr. Stephen Denning Award, Memorial Award. We look forward to listening to you, Father Joseph Blay, and now over to you.
So thank you very much, sister. Thanks for the introduction. For the want of time, I'll try to be quite concise. So this invitation reminds me of my fond memories with Sister Sheila in this same office. So it was just barely a year that I decided to come back to Ghana precisely to do what I am doing now, being at the forefront of environmental advocacy against destruction. So I am swaying our understanding of conflict a little from the traditional exchange of arms and bombs to environmental destruction. That I am saying that environmental destruction is also a major conflict, especially in our time, and that using the gospel and the Catholic social teachings, we can offer a non-violent approach to solve these environmental conflicts. So that said, I've given a short introduction. We'll look at conceptual framework, and because of time, let us also skip this. So when we talk about conflict, which we know it is always two or more people disputing over something, and then sometimes there is one who is trying to impose their will. We can apply this to the environment, and we see that the environment is also being imposed to human beings, are imposing or demanding too much. And that is what Pope Francis tells us in Laudato Si' too, that this sister, this mother is suffering because of the many gifts that the Lord has given her. So that has created a conflict which we have to fight with today. So we look at environmental conflict that is so vast in the sense that when we talk about environmental conflict, unlike the other conflicts, let's say Palestinian and then the Israeli, it is only in the terror center there. If we talk about Ukraine and Russia, but environmental conflict affects the whole ecosystem. Those that are living in the space, the hemisphere, those that are in the water, it affects everybody. Environmental conflict also affects health and livelihoods, especially for the poor, women and children. Environmental conflict is also an intergenerational injustice. I will show you some pictures that you will be amazed to see how the artisanal mining is causing even more formalities in children in Ghana. So Galamsey, which the artisanal mining in Ghana, we call it Galamsey, it's now an environmental conflict. It has gone beyond just a political issue or economic issue. I see it as an environmental conflict. So as I was saying, these are some of the findings of our scientists, especially one very renowned professor called Paul Sampene. He has done extensive work studying over 3,000 placentas, and he found that all the children, or majority of children born in mining areas with deformities, are coming from excessive exposure to mercury, to cyanide, and to lead. This is a child who was born, excuse me to say like fish, with only one limb. There is another one that Professor Sampene also showed. Here, look at the child with 4 legs. All these are proof. So findings of Professor Paul Sampene, a renowned Ghanaian pathologist at the Akufo-Addo Teaching Hospital and professor in the Kwame Nkrumah University. So this is the finding. So it's very scientific that it is now something more than we can always talk. So faced with this, I think that we can use, I have tried to practice the non-violence as a gospel response. What is non-violence? We know. Just trying to solve things without armed conflict. Here in Ghana, the government has used the military campaign. About 4 or 5 military campaigns have all tried using the gun, arresting people, and it's not working. But I think the gospel approach, which says that blessed are the peacemakers, can be a good approach. So the non-violence approach, it's always founded on the Catholic social teachings or Catholic social thought, based on particularly common good, based on the respect for the human dignity, that is the imago Dei, based on solidarity, based on subsidiarity, based on the universal destination of goods, and then based also on the preferential option for the poor. And of course, from Fratelli Tutti, we can also now pick the universal familyhood. For us Franciscans, the nonviolence approach is very important, because when we pick the Canticle of Creatures, where St. Francis prays all creature, the last stanza, St. Francis, in resolving the dispute between the bishop and the mayor of Assisi, wrote one, "Praise be you, my Lord, for those who grant pardon for love of you." And that is a nonviolent approach. So, having given this background, I just want to now give my practical initiatives that I have taken in resolving galamsey, or advocating for against environmental devastation. My community, where I come from, I was born and bred, it's along a 72-kilometer stretch with 15 villages or 15 towns. They are towns. And as I speak, my community is the only one that has not been devastated by artisanal mining. Okay, so there are about 15,000, if I put all together, more or less about 15,000 people. It should be about 500 or so square kilometers area. So what did I do? In the early beginning, I saw people, or some of the youth, being hired to go and dig for mining. I didn't confront them. I engaged them in conversation. So I tried to engage them. What is it that you are doing? They told me, what is it? And then I was told that the authority, the municipal, has given them permission. So it was like, oh, I was stopping something legal. They called me to the municipal assembly. I faced the district security council. And then I asked them, do you think that you can do this to a community? Because they said, well, we have published the bans. You know, you have to, like marriage, 21 days and nothing happened. I said, well, how do you do this to an illiterate community without explaining to them? So I challenged them that, can you come back? Let us now engage in dialogue. If they agree, that is fine. So based on that, I came back, engaged with the elders, with the different stakeholders of the community. And then I also used my role as a pastor. I used the pupils to teach the people the harm of this mining if it comes into the area. So the first engagement after that, unfortunately for me, or fortunately they thought, 2016 I was transferred to Rome. So people thought that now this is a chance for us to continue the mining. But unfortunately for them, I had gained enough ground based on the education I gave to the people. So the second attempt in 2017, the people were arrested. Okay, so the community arrested them and then sent them away. So what I did was using the moral authority as somebody from the community, as a priest, to really gain grounds for them. Then later on in 2019, another attempt was made. This time, the miners thought that they could maybe offer some handsome things to the elders, give good promises that, well, they are going to bring work and this and that. So again, I arranged with them. I was then in Rome. I said, wait for me, I am coming down. So I went down, and then we engaged in a community debate. I didn't say what you are bringing is bad. I said, well, come, let us debate together. You tell the community. On that day, about 1,000 people, 1,000 residents gathered, more than that. I said, tell the community all the good things that you are bringing. And I will tell them the dangers and then the evils that are connected with what. So they spoke. Then I also spoke. I brought the constitution, the legislations, and I explained to the people. At the end, I threw to the people, now what do you say? Do you like it? They said, no. Women, no. Children, no. Elders, no. So I said, well, now it is to your hearing. So based on that, I said, let's go to the police station, then take an undertaking that you are going to withdraw. So that decision again was collective and deliberation. Yeah, it was collective, deliberate by the people. So I did not impose on them. Then that was not all. In 2022, they never give up. Again, they managed to get some of the youth, young, about this time, 8 people, and then engage them. Now you are all from here, so you go and dig. They can't do anything to you. So they went, and unfortunately for the volunteers, young volunteers, arrested them. That time I was with Sister Sheila in Rome. So I got the notice of it. I wrote a very strong letter to the district police commander, and I said, well, we are expecting justice to take place and make sure that you deal with them according to the law. So based on that, they were remanded, and then later, according to the law, after 14 days, you have to give them bail. So they were given bail, and it was during the bail time that I went back to Ghana. So when I got to Ghana in August, I visited the community, and then I reflected, because I knew that if this thing should proceed, the minimum sentence would be 8 years. Maximum, according to the law, is 15 years. And there was somebody who was almost 70 years. So if this man goes even for 8, he will die there. And then it will affect. So I called them. I went to them one by one. And then I explained the consequences of their action to them. Then at the end, I met all of them together. I said, now, give me your word. If you are really remorseful that what you did is wrong, I will again gather the community and then apologize on your behalf. I will plead for you. So they agreed. So then we came back again, this time about 1,500 or even more gathered. That was on the 4th of August 2022. So when we gathered, before I went, we have now planned a letter, because the first one was just oral. So this time, after they apologized, now can we put our decision into writing? And then we did that. And then by that time also, some companies, now they knew that they have to pass through the law. So they came bringing their bans, 3 of them. I said, now we can also write to object, because by Ghana law, the community has to accept. So we objected 3 of them. So we came together with what we call the JPIC Concord. So we made a bylaw for the community that from that time going, nobody should lease any land for mining. Neither should anybody attempt any mining on our land. So that one was codified. We sent copies to the president, all the significant authorities in the country, from the president to the last police inspector to the traditional authorities. So we did that, and that became the JPIC Concord. Then we also wrote a letter even to the president, that president, support us. We are with you, so support us to make sure that what we are doing succeeds. Okay, so now after doing this, all this advocacy, I thought that we need, since I'm one, and of course our people behind, but they need somebody to lead them. So we thought of making an institute. So we formed, I organized those youth people who were interested somewhere abroad. So we formed what they call the JPIC Diaspora. JPIC is my hometown. So those in the diaspora not living there, we formed a kind of page which we meet on even up to now once a month. So we registered our advocacy called the JPIC Anti-Galamsey Advocacy, JAGA. So we registered it. So now it is a corporate body. It's a corporate person. It can be sued, and it can also sue people. So with this time, if anybody comes there, it is not an individual person who is going to arrest or prosecute. The association goes to prosecute the people. So based on that, what have we done? Now, the approach of the JPIC anti-Galamsey advocacy has been inclusive and participatory. I have included everybody. In fact, when we meet, practically in Ghana, especially in southern Ghana, our communities are multilingual or plural. So we have Muslims, we have all those. Sometimes at the meeting, I'll ask a Muslim to lead a prayer. Then the other church denominations. So everybody feels involved. Then there's also the structured deliberation and consensus. Before every meeting, I will go and meet the elders. I say, elders, this is what we want to discuss. What do you want? So they will come with their agenda. When the people come, we throw the agenda to them. Then we say, now you bring your ideas. So it is bottom-up decision making. So by the time we finish, the decision is theirs. Then the conflicts that were there, as you saw, we do not see them as opponents, or I didn't see them as opponents. Sometimes even in public, some of them that we know they can cause us. No, everybody has right to talk, and everybody has a right opinion. So everybody was given the opportunity to speak, whether you are in favor or not. Then at the end, we decide. Good. So some of the things that we have done, what is the community perception? That is the last part of the topic. So how does the community sees it? The community, first of all, has increased through this advocacy. The community has increased ecological awareness. So this is what we did. Now, if you go to my village, you see this signage. I think it should be the biggest billboard in Ghana on environmental devastation. So here you see we have the evils of Galamsey, that is artisanal mining. Then the benefits. So here there are no water, as you can see. You are children, even the pregnant women. These are the abnormalities. So this woman is so pensive. What child am I going to bring? Then we have also affective farm. Here we have food, we have clean water, we have school. So this signage now, it has formed an identity of the community. It's no longer just a slogan, but the community sees that we are a community of no Galamsey together with our chief. So there is also a legacy and culture. Now, since last year, we celebrate this advocacy as a community deba. So last year we did it in October 2024, last 2 years. That's when we launched. Last year we did it. So now it's going to create also a culture where people come, they display their food, they display their rivers, their waters, and then the children give rhymes about it. So at the end of the day, we see that there is justice and peace embracing through this nonviolence in Jema. So these are some of the cross-section of the people that gathered in November last year, 2025, during the last debate that we have. It's a community celebration. And then out of that, the community themselves have formed, the youth, this volunteer, nobody pays them. They have formed the watchdog committee. So these are those who really safeguard, they surveil the land, the boundaries, they move around. And if they see any sign of mining on it, they will report or maybe cause the arrest. And interestingly, all the arrests that we have done has always, there have not even been one slap. I always tell them, don't touch anybody. So they will arrest, take the people to the police, and then hand it over to the government. And that is what we have done so far. So far, I think we have done about 5 or 6 arrests. Even today, there are 13 people who are arrested and they are appearing in the High Court tribunal for that. So there is the recognition of the Jaga watchdogs. The police administration have recognized them. They have taken their fingerprints and now they are recognized as local police. Then, interestingly, from what we are doing, apart from other conferences, last year, November, the traditional council of my area, the traditional council is the council of chiefs, not the political, but the traditional leaders. So the head of the council, which is the paramount chief, invited me to come and share the Jema paradigm, what we call the Jema template, with them. So it is gaining more cognizance. There is also collaboration with the national security. As I mentioned last month or 2 months, the Forestry Rapid Response and then the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, what we call the NIMOS, they are also working together with our local people here. So they come, we always work together with them to make sure that things are lawful. And so far, as I said, nobody can complain of any violence that is done. So again, there is also the global digital recognition. Now, you just Google Jema, no illegal mining, and you have tons of material and videos that you see. So these are perception and impact that the community has gained from this. So again, you can see here, that was the last one. We have the regional minister. You have the minister from lands and the natural resources representative. We have the EPA, and these are the traditional elders. Yeah, the local ones, and then the entire traditional area. And this is the signage that was inaugurated last year. So these are part of the community. So what can JPIC ministers or promoters learn from this? So JPIC promoters, we can learn that environmental conflict is pastoral terrain. So it's an area that we should pastorally get involved. We can also learn that nonviolence is a form of discipleship. So as disciples of Christ, for us, especially Franciscans, our choice is nonviolence. It's an approach that we have to take. We can also learn that communities are protagonists, not merely victims. So use the communities. They are not empty barrels. They have the solutions. So I always say my approach is Socratic. They have the solution. We are like midwives. The baby is the woman who pushed the baby. The midwives just help. So the communities can also be helped as protagonists. Then we have moral authority. So as every priest and religious, especially in Africa, we have that respect. So moral authority can also restrain violence. Then the church's social teaching is operational, not non-theoretical. Sometimes we read them, we can apply them. As you can see, the principles I've stood has been the church's social teaching. So in conclusion, we would like to say that environmental conflict is a major global conflict. So the conflict we are facing is not only the arms conflict, but the environmental conflict is also global. There is empower communities. So in conclusion, we can also empower communities through participation. So let us be involved with the communities and then empower them. Let's share their plight. Laudato Si 217 says there is ecological conversion. We need ecological conversion. So finally, protectors of God's creation for future generations. So as JPIC promoters, let us also know that we have the responsibility to protect God's creation for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Joseph. You've been very inspirational in what you've shared about Jaga. Thank you for the approach, the evolution, and also how it's getting global recognition now. And we would like to leave the floor open for questions, both to Father Capovilla and to Father Joseph. Yes, sister.
Thank you very much for the inspiring apostolate. Joseph, I was very happy to hear the great work you have done in Jima. And I know that Galamsey is a wildfire in Ghana from north to south and east to west. And you seem to succeed in building this grassroots action against Galamsey. How is this good example being spread throughout the country to help save the country? Because I think very soon all Ghanaians will die of cancer if nothing happens. And even water, because the river water is polluted, the groundwater is polluted, the soil is polluted, everything is polluted. And we have seen some of the effects. And they used to say in the north of Ghana, there's no gold, but now there's plenty of Galamsey there. How is this good example being propagated in the whole country to help build these grassroots people to stand up against Galamsey?
May I take some more questions? Yeah.
Yeah, to Father Capoeira, see, you spoke about the nonviolent resistance in Palestine, in Gaza. So I would like to know how are they facing some challenges from Hamas? Because what we hear in the media is this revolutionary response of, or they take the predominant role as we are the responsible and we respond powerfully. How they get along, or do they face challenges from this, from your nonviolent efforts? How do they get along with these Hamas responses?
One more question here. Yeah. Yeah.
No, nosotros como religiosos somos miembros de una institución, de una organización, y de una cierta forma tenemos una protección. Cualquier cosa que suceda, algunas dificultades, sea en nuestra labor pastoral, tenemos un apoyo de una institución. En esta experiencia que hemos escuchado de Ghana, no me acuerdo el nombre del sacerdote, Joseph, han empezado una iniciativa de advocacy, pero por lo que veo y por lo que escuché en la experiencia, ha trabajado con laicos. En algún momento dado, los laicos se encontraron sin una especie de líder y inclusive fueron presos algunos, ¿no? Si no me equivoco. La pregunta es, el hecho de formar una asociación que es reconocida eso sirvió como una protección a los laicos que no tienen una protección institucional en casos de alguna persecución, por ejemplo.
Yeah, we request you to respond. Father Blair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, Stamam Alifa, thanks for your question. What is happening now? People are saying, now, how can we replicate it? And actually, I am ready to share with, in fact, last 2 years, the Bishops' Conference of Ghana invited me, and I presented that to them. And in fact, they brought some of the things that I shared in their communique. Just last month, I was invited by the Pediatric Society of Ghana. So it's a way of sharing with them. And then, as I mentioned, I'm trying also to penetrate through the chiefs, because here in Ghana, the chiefs still have authority. When they say that they don't have it's not true. Even if the government is coming, he needs permission from them. So these are the way that we can try, or I'm trying to see if they can replicate it. Then another area that I've seen is a little